Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to Royal Sussex Live. Welcome, one and all. Thank you so much for being here. Oh, my goodness. Now, why does that look like that? Hmm. Okay. All right. It seems like everything has been reset for whatever reason. How about that? What does that do? Oh, that's new, right? No. Yeah, I think so. Oh, wow. Got the square. Got that. I don't like any of those though. So let me go back to this one. Yeah. Wow. I don't know what happened, but it's just like everything reset on me. Okay. That one, that one. Oh. I'll stick to my usual bubble. Okay. All right. It looks like they added some new stuff to StreamYard. Nice. Jacqueline Rippey, thank you so much for being here first. All right. And listen, you guys, don't blame Harry. Do not blame Harry. He is not responsible for his brother. He is not his brother's keeper. Okay? He is not his brother's keeper. Hey, Antoinette Kennedy, Lydia Washington, uh, Elvis Minot. Did I get that right? Or is it Minot? Are those T's silent? It seems very French. I guess it's Minot. Let's see here. Oh, Mirielle, you're here. Nice. Let me check and see. Did you send me anything today? You usually find some really great stuff. What would I do without you? I'm scared. I don't ever want to know. I don't ever want to know. Okay. Oh, hey, I like that. All right. Oh, nothing today, right? Okay, just checking. Oh, okay, Disney, huh? That's the last thing you sent me. Okay. All right. All right. All right. Let's get on with it then, shall we? Um, Lex says KP is a mess. They have been doing PR since Charles III meeting Harry. Um, Andy talking to William, Wank getting sideline, cow shooting K. No, shooing K. And what is that? MAGA Barbie. I like that. William needs therapy. Yes, it is a mess, isn't it? You know, this is why I always tell people, a lot of people it's like, oh, you shouldn't give them any attention and do the silent challenge or whatever, the quiet challenge, whatever they call it. And I'm like, no, there's too much material there. I love it. I love dragging them. I like to break through that veneer of perfection that they have conjured up. And I do mean conjured up because um, just out of nowhere, they want to cast this belief. Oh, by the way, thank you, Lex, for the super chat. That, Kate doesn't put a foot wrong. And William has the weight of the world on his shoulders. And in spite of all of that, blah, blah, blah. Um, By the way, you guys, they are questioning Candace Owens' mental state. That's never good. Anytime they say that a person, their mental state is, that means somebody's thinking about something. Okay. I don't need to tell you what something is. That means somebody's thinking about something. That's all. I don't have anything else to add to that. Let your imagination go wild. But whatever that means, it's not good for her. Whatever that means, it is not good for her. So, anyway, good luck, Candace. You're going to need it. You are going to need it, girl. No, I wish her well. I don't agree with a lot of her politics and everything, but yeah, I think she's a pretty pathetic person, but I don't wish harm on anyone. My only wish is that they stop making life difficult for others and stop misrepresenting stuff that we see, stop gaslighting people and situations. That's all. Okay. Um, so yesterday they said Britain wheels out the Windsors to play its royal trump card, right? And of course, everyone had a role to play. I noticed that a lot of people hate Kate's gown. I'm like one of the few people who thought it was nice. I mean, it's nothing daring or anything, but I'm just thinking for the role that she has, I think it is very appropriate. But no, it's nothing to write home about, but I think it's very appropriate. Plus, I could see what she was doing. She was trying to find something that would be titillating for the United States president. And I could have found any other word, couldn't I? But just something that would be a little titillating. And that's exactly what she was able to achieve. Um, of course, considering is Kate Middleton, you only need one syllable. You only need one syllable. You waste those syllables on her because she doesn't have enough to make sense. What the hell am I talking about? I don't know. Well, I know, but have you figured it out yet? I'm just kidding. I don't even know if it makes sense, but I'm having fun with it. Um, oh, before we get to that, this is like a little extra photo that came out today. Prince Harry with staff of Hilton Kiev last week during his visit with the Invictus Games delegation. Truly proud to welcome Prince Harry at Hilton Kiev. Thank you, Superhuman Center, for this honor. I didn't know that they had a Hilton in Kiev, but yeah, I guess they probably had one before the invasion, and well, they're still up and running. I see Royal Rhoda using Harry vitriol to ignore the visit. Typical. Yes, thank you, Legs, for the super chat. And there's always a Sussex distraction at play. Meghan posted this. Hello, fall, savoring summer, final sips as we say hello to fall. I wonder if that means we're getting a new wine for the fall. Yes, I wonder if that means we get a new wine. Anyway, that is an image of the as ever as posted by the Duchess of Sussex. She also posted a charcuterie board, and I do believe that is the apricot. You guys know I'm only just now getting my apricot. I think everybody got their apricot. Remember when we purchased them and they did the refund because they didn't have it available? I only just received my apricot, but that's okay. Better late than never. Plus, it was free. So I ain't mad. Also, they posted this an update on this. How Meghan Sussex sold out our locket in 24 hours. Well, there we go. How Meghan sold out a small mom owned business. I think someone did like a news article about it or something like that. So they just posted uh, this today, but it's back in stock. And I guess they are still like super stoked that that happened at all. So good for them. Very Megan to help a small independent business like that. Um, Melania, there are still images pouring in that is, of course, inspired by her hat. This one is a lamp, which includes the suit. Why did they make it seem like Donald Trump took a floor lamp? Is his vision failing and he didn't realize he took a very unique floor lamp to the UK and not his actual wife? I guess that's what they're saying. But I guess if your wife is as dull as a floor lamp, then I could see how that could I could see how that could happen. But didn't he notice that the floor lamp was saying, well, actually, the floor lamp wasn't saying, do note, do note. If the floor lamp doesn't call him do note, then it's not your wife. Oh, check that out. This is another one. I'm telling you, they are having so much fun at the expense of the first lady. Now they have her fixed up like Chiquita Banana. Oh my goodness. Yeah, there you go, Chiquita Banana. Is that right? Well, tell me. Okay, it's coming up. I'm gonna see if I have that one too. Thank you for the super chat, legs. Yes. Then there's this one. This is a new one. Is that the character that you're speaking of? Kung Lao from Mortal Kombat? I knew I had it coming up. Let me see. Okay, Kung Lao. Oh, I see that one looks a little different. I see that's not the same. I'm looking at the Kung Lao now. Okay. Yeah, I guess that's just like some random AI thing. But yeah, they have been having fun with this. How about this one? Fresh at Kia, Melania floor lamp, $95. Same great products, new lower price. Bring home to life. Bring home to life. Shouldn't it be bring your home to life? Anyway. Um Listen, I found out that there was a reason why Melania wore that hat. Apparently, it is a way to build anticipation um, when you're on a state visit. Now, stay with me. In order to build anticipation, you don't let them see your face. Okay. And so that is why she was kind of hiding her face, is because later on at the state dinner, remember, she had the big, bright, vibrant yellow gown. And of course, um, her she didn't have anything, any type of hat or anything, of course, for the dinner. So the idea of it is to build anticipation so that when you do see, like right here, She is literally tilting her head down to look at whatever that is on the table. And that is such an unnecessarily weird outfit. It really is. But that's what she wore. And this, I don't think that photo is like edited in any way. That's how she stood there. And then when the state, oh, these are some of the ones from yesterday. Yeah, there you go. Where did her neck go? uh, as you can see, I tried to match a good background for every photo. Yeah. So when you, oh, by the way, you guys, one of the squatties said, seeing that her husband is so famous for grabbing people, was it really necessary for Kate to wear a pussy bow? Was it really necessary for her to spend time with the First Lady wearing a pussy bow? It seems like anytime she wears that, and that is what it's called, anytime she ever wears those, it seems to be as a way of saying something. So, just some food for thought. Did she really need to spend time with the First Lady with a item of apparel that could actually cause people to question her motive? Yep, she went there. Okay, so let me see. Do we have any? Oh, there she goes, Hamburglar. You might remember that character from McDonald's. And if she's the Hamburglar, then of course that makes Donald Ronald McDonald. Yeah. And as you can see, they have a table full of Big Macs and cheeseburgers and such. Now, a royal bond. It's Ladies' Day. Melania Trump meets scouts with the Princess of Wales after tour of Windsor Castle's dollhouse with, oh God, I hate saying that, Queen Camilla, the Queen Consort. I always make sure I throw a consort in there. She is a consort. So yeah, they so apparently they said it was a royal bond. Now, of course, they have to say that because they are trying to build importance for the Prince and Princess of Wales. So they're trying to build some measure of importance. Let me see. Let me see. Okay. All right. And so you'd be hard pressed to imagine that I believe Melania is 55 years old. And how old is Kate? 43? Yeah. It's hard to remember that Melania is actually 55 years of age in comparison to her companion for the day, Kate Middleton, who is not 55. I'm just saying. I'm not picking on her. I'm just saying. I guess that means that Melania has taken really good care of herself, I'm sure. So, anyway, they meet again, face to facelift. uh, and of course, why not use other people's children to make yourself seem kind and thoughtful, right? Use other people's children. I'm surprised they didn't have more black kids there. I'm really surprised because that's their specialty. You would think that black people were the majority of the population in the UK because most times that they roll the children out, they're usually black children. It's hard to believe that that's random, right? But not this time. What's that, Antoinette Kennedy? uh, Now, Harry and Meghan left out in the code as Trump and Melania wine and dine with the royal family at Windsor. It would not be the tabloid media if they didn't come up with some kind of petty comment. What they're referring to is Trump saying to Charles, "You raised a good son," or something like that. Um, and he did not mention Harry. He did not mention Meghan. Thank God. He left them out of it. So, because Trump did not mention the Sussexes and he made a reference to William, then that means that the Sussexes were left out in the code. Who cares? They were out in Montecito minding their business. It was not meant for them to have any type of role at the state dinner, but they constantly comment over and over and over again. They have to keep commenting on the Sussexes. You would almost think they were there. They literally um, made the Queen's funeral, the whole process to her burial, the lying in state and everything. It was more about Harry and Meghan and had very little to do with the Queen. And what really gets on my nerves is that you have people say, "Oh, they're overexposed." They're not doing that. That's the tabloids. That's the tabloids doing that. That's not their fault. Let's see. Hey, so where Wank not in pick yet? Harry and Meghan. Look, yeah, there you go. There you go. It wasn't even important enough to put the person who put them out in the cold, William. He's not even featured there. The headline is Harry and Meghan, as usual. Thank you, Legs. Now, see if you believe this one. This guy is always writing fiction, laugh out loud. Wasn't it Richard Eden who said they bought a house in Portugal? And Richard Eden, they did. And this was never denied by Harry and Meghan. And of course, where's your proof? You stated this in October 2024. He literally stated in December 2024 at the New York Times Deal Book Summit, it was bullocks. Um, Also, according to Richard Eaton, oh no, this is not Richard Eaton's doing right here. Prince Harry made a secret visit to family member at Kensington Palace during UK visit. Exclusive. Now, what they want you to think with this article um, is that he went to see his brother or something like that. Of course, Will and Kate are rarely at Kensington Palace these days. He went to go and pay his respects to his uncle, the Duke of Kent. Since he wasn't going to the funeral, he wanted to go to the Duke of Kent's residence at the Kensington Palace to pay his respects. That's it. There's nothing else to the story. There's no photos of him either entering or leaving the palace. This image right here has nothing to do with that visit. But yeah, so they were saying that Harry was not going to um, the Duchess of Kent's funeral. Well, of course, he did not go. But while he was still in the UK, he did even better. He went over to Kensington Palace and spent time with the family. So, very classy move on Harry's part. Um, what's eating William? Now, I made a short video earlier where I questioned their motive for the article. This article is sloppy and it is going to backfire. It's another attempt to build sympathy for Will and Kate. If it's anything I know that when you expect the public to be on your side, the public can be very fickle, especially when it has to do with wealthy, privileged people like Will and Kate. When they said that thing about Kate, oh, most mere mortals wouldn't have been able to, do what she was doing. And how many people came out in some very, very pointed language about that comment, making it seem like Kate is worthy and a superhuman and that she was doing something that most people could never do. No, most people would not have had the ability to go to Troop in the Color because they weren't invited in the first place. Most people are going to work. Most people are sending their kids off to school, going to the market on the way home from work, and taking care of their family while they are going through cancer treatment. Some people cannot afford to disappear for 172 days because they're going through precancerous cell treatment. That backfired in the worst way. And then, of course, there were even people saying that um, that could be mentally damaging to someone who's actually going through cancer who does not have the resources of a Kate Middleton. They do more damage to the institution than they are actually helping individuals in the institution. And yet they keep doing the same thing. This article is very long, so I'm not going to share the entire article with you, but I am definitely going to share the comments. You guys, the comments tell the story. It really does. Like right here, Zandy says, I predict a very public and very emotional mental breakdown by William. I Am Sage says, it's almost as if they're hoping for one. Zandy says, with everything that's going on in the world right now, William is apparently wasting away because of his fixation with Harry. This man needs salvation because jealousy and envy are literally eating him up on the inside. Now, that's the article. William had a rotten 18 months. Many have remarked he's appeared unusually somber, and not just when standing next to Prince Andrew. Now, royal author A.N. Wilson reveals what's eating William. Whatever the cause, there was no mistaking the fact that William appeared angry and unhappy at Duchess of Kent's funeral at Westminster Cathedral this week. What about the Royal Ascot? At Royal Ascot, he looked exactly the same. They made no mention of the fact that William was in a carriage with his father, given the nastiest looks. He seemingly, and I just shared those pictures with you guys. What was that, yesterday? Day before yesterday? I just shared those pictures of the Royal Ascot. William has been looking this way for a long time. Most times when William is required, like what is it, the Order of the Garter, some of the looks that William give at the Order of the Garter, if anybody hasn't caught on yet, he does not like being in those costumes. Just like when he goes to Scotland, he refuses to wear a kilt. He does not care for that part of the role. He does not want to play dress up as his father has. And I'm telling you, when he becomes king, a lot of that stuff is going to disappear. A lot of it is going to disappear. I do not believe he's interested in it. When he said royal with a small r, he meant it. He is the future head of the church. And yet, unless it's a annual ceremony for, let's say, the Commonwealth Day, he doesn't go to church. Charles will go from time to time, not William. William is not going to require his son to go to the military. He said, I'll let that be his choice. Oh, they got choices now? Harry has been accused of wearing his heart on his sleeve and being so emotional and being so woke, for lack of a better word. But the truth is, that describes William more than it describes Harry. But they give him a free pass. And that's what this article is about. The article is really saying that he has the weight of the world on his shoulders because of his wife's cancer, because of all of the extra duties that he's about to take on. That is the reason why he looks the way he always looks. It wouldn't be William if he did not have that brooding face of his. I don't know why they're pretending like this is something new. This is old. William has been doing this for a long time. And in this article, they even managed to try to blame Harry and Meghan for Charles and Kate's cancer. They keep doing that. Every so often, they will slip that in. It makes one wonder if all of the blah, 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 blah is the reason why the cancer. Yeah, they just slip it in there. And they've done that quite a few times recently. But if you take a look at the comments, you can see that only goes so far. 23.6 million income from the Duchy of Cornwall. Not bad. Count your blessings, William. The next one. Bill has the look of a man trapped in his marriage. Now, that has nothing to do with Harry and Meghan, does it? I didn't know that so many people knew that that their marriage was on the rocks. The next one. A rotten 18 months? Don't make me laugh. He doesn't know the meaning of having a hard time. Next, I'm afraid William realizes his marriage. He married the wrong wife. Yeah, I'm afraid William realizes he married the wrong wife. Kate is simply not an interesting person, and William sees the fun and excitement his brother Harry has with Meghan. It's a sad situation, but I can't see an answer. Now, these are the comments that comes from that article. And there's more. Diana will be turning in her grave at how nasty William is to his brother and Princess Meghan. Lady Di always said Meghan was heir to her title of the Queen of Hearts. Well, they're getting a little carried away there. Next, he needs to patch things up with his brother. As future king, he can't perform at his best potential with that dark cloud over his head following him around. Next, must be so annoying for him to see Harry so happy with Princess Meghan, who, let's face it, is the right stunner. Yeah, the right stunner. And he's stuck with plain Jane Katie Middleton, who's probably always got a headache. Now, see, they're getting too personal. And to cap it off, he's as bald as a coot. Why are they getting personal? Now that's just personal. That's going too far. But that's okay. I have more. It's time Wills resign. Or how about this one? Unhappy in his marriage? Or he's just lazy. At 42 years old, who does next to nothing get a job? Margot says he obviously has anger issues and feels trapped in his marriage. Florida gal from Fort Myers, Florida says, sadly, this man's anger is eating him up from the inside out. He has always had a temper on him, just like his father. The way he has colluded with tabloid press against his family has resulted in some sweet, sweet karma. I'm really loving the, what is that? Schadenfreude? The Schadenfreude. Is that how you say that? Anyway, next, he's a whiny bore. Isn't he? Doesn't, does not, is that, what is that? That's a what is that? Does not, no, does know, NOWT, but moan about his brother and go on holidays. Need to get over himself. Wait, there's more. William is in love with Meghan. When he got with boring old Kate, he was young and confused. Now he loves Meghan, but he knows he can't have her, so Harry has won. Damn. Okay. Florida gal says, sadly, this man's anger is eating. Okay, that did a repeat there. That was followed by, so if Trump said, call him a lazy scrounger, which he is, then you'd agree with him. If Billy Idol is a credit to the country, then what are we? The workers who actually do something that keeps the country going. If Billy Idol disappeared tomorrow, nothing would change whatsoever. If all the bin men disappeared, we'd all notice. And of course, for you non Brits, what they're saying is if the garbage collectors disappeared, that we would notice. Next, looking likely with each day that Harry will be the next king. Did y'all hear that? Just one word, sorry, from Kate to Meghan will really help William. Now, I thought that was interesting. I thought that was interesting. This person believes that if Kate apologizes to Meghan, that would help William. I agree with that. but I would not hold my breath waiting for it. Okay. Why did William have such a hard time accepting that Harry was dating an actress he loved in Suits? Maybe because he thought that, as the important brother, if anybody was dating a Hollywood star, it should have been him. Was that why he was so keen to listen to tittle tattle about her and go demanding of Harry that he do something about it? When Harry defended her, William got violent. He then bullied his brother out of the country. Yet it spun the William is the good guy. Mm, I love these comments. He's simply work shy and petulant by nature. He lacks charisma and empathy. He prefers to indulge in the riches of his position without doing even the most basic work. He needs to pull his socks up and knuckle down to the job he is so privileged to inherit. Don't know why he's so miserable. Face like a smacked ass or arse. Face like a smacked arse. He goes on holiday all the time and does not do much. I am just floored. I didn't think it was that many people that were paying attention. I didn't know that that many people actually observe and can even articulate exactly what Will and Kate has been up to all these years. I was like, okay, if people really understood how lazy they were and stopped believing everything in the tabloids, no, mm-mm. I got a feeling that this is the most negative comments in one article that was not about the Sussexes I have ever seen. I mean, it's just a ton of them. William will be a failure as a king. He doesn't show forgiveness. He is to head the Christian Church of England after all. Rum and Raisin says he just does not want it, resents it, dislikes his father and Camilla, and is still bitter about the loss of his mother. The late Queen and Philip kept him in check, but with their passing, there's no one to instruct him to start pulling his weight and get his act together. Camilla has told people that William shouts at his father, bullies him really. Someone else also made that same comment. I didn't know that that was common knowledge. I had no idea that that was common knowledge. Next, he'll have booked his ideas up when he becomes king. He can't go around with that hangdog expression everywhere he goes. Been doing it for years. Been doing it for years. The sooner the referendum is called on this spoiled, pathetic bunch of privileged losers, the better for all of us. Oof. Next, his marriage is obviously a sham. He is sick of her. One more. Perhaps William feels sorry for how he has behaved after the truth came out. He could have scolded the culprits instead of blaming his brother. One more. He's fed up with me, Kate, and all her publicly fashion shows try to be relevant. I think that's supposed to be trying to be relevant. Okay, got a whole nother page. People know his marriage to Kate Middleton is over, which explains why he now drinking heavily, and no shaving anymore. Mm. Um, allegedly. He doesn't want to be king. He wants the money, all right, but like many shysters on benefits, doesn't want to work for it. Oh my God. Are these people going there or what? William is a buffoon. Someone else says he'll abdicate. Super Hank says, how can one have any respect for a 42-year-old with an aversion to work? He exudes privilege and entitlement, yet contributes nothing. I'm sure most families have more problems to face than this spoiled top. Camilla said he shouts and bullies his father. See, I told you someone else said that. He's concerned that he may have to do some work soon. That explains why he looks that way. It's because he's worried that he's going to have to do some work soon. Okay, next. For the last 5 years, all we hear about is his rage, and more rage, and oh, more rage. You won't make up with your brother. Okay, then live with the rage. No one cares anymore. Change the record. I'm going to give that one a bell. 23 million a year and 5 holidays so far this year. Let that sink in. I'm telling you, this was quite an article. He's hitting the bottle nightly. You know what? Isn't it interesting that as soon as I read that, look who pops up on the screen. He's hitting the bottle nightly, pounding scotch like it was rice pudding. He hates his life, is clear. Last one. Perhaps William could actually get his sleeves rolled up and bloody well do something other than go on holidays and hypothetically fly off to host his Earth Challenge. Wow. Okay, you guys, I swear these are the last ones. I was enjoying myself today. What's eating him is that so much attention is being given to Harry and Meghan. For whatever reason, when Harry got married in 2018, they were both the second most popular royals after the Queen. I think that's when the briefing started against them. Certain noises, certain noses were put out of joint. William Catherine didn't like it as peril as that may be. Puerile. Yeah, puerile as that may be. Okay. The next one says, not before he's cleared the bank accounts. Unfortunately, he's given no sign of making strides to genuinely financially self sufficient, despite his inheritance and actually having a decent degree from the Descent University in a righteous subject, thus making him 100 times more employable than his brother and most of his family. I think he plans to keep the money and perks and retreat behind the walls of one of his 5 or 6 castles. It goes on to say, it's no coincidence that the Mail no longer appends privacy obsessed to every mention of Harry's name. It would beg the obvious question, as did Harry's doing engagements in 1 week. In the UK, Will and Kate did more in 1 week, they're saying, than Will and Kate did in months. Harry making a bigger donation to a charity he supported than Will and Kate ever had, and all this from his own pocket. People were busy yelling about him abandoning us by wanting to be half in and half. Here's Williams, 95% out, quite quitting, uh, quite whatever the in plain sight. Ooh. Um, People are paying attention, y'all. People are paying attention. And you know what? I did not notice it, but they do not say privacy obsessed as much. It's only a few of them that keep saying that Harry wanted his privacy, but that has kind of slowly fizzled out. They're not saying it as much, just like the other thing that they don't say as much. Actually, they don't say it at all, the Netflix cameras. There's no mention of Harry and Meghan and the Netflix cameras because it calls into question, why does Will and Kate take cameras every place they go? Okay, I'm sorry, was he missing his skiing? I love that one. That is so snarky. Was he missing his skiing lessons? Is that why he had that look? Because he was missing his skiing lessons? Oh my God, that is so small. My eyes are getting so sore, you guys. I have a friend who trains Royal Protection police officers. The overall feedback was Kate and Meghan were pretty decent and easy to work for. William and Kate allegedly had volcanic rows that would take the paint off the walls, during which they slung the worst possible names at each other. Maybe that has something to do with his demeanor. Now, you know what? Remember that article from the Mirror that Kate could dish it out just as well as she could take it. Remember that one? And there have been a few articles that mention how they get into these huge rows with each other. How many times in the past couple years have they said that the two of them have these horrendous arguments with each other? Mm, mm. Unaffordable, unwanted, unworthy. Time to end these unelected parasites. Next, he wants to wear his wife's shoes. Now that's just dirty, ain't it? He wants to wear his wife's shoes. I am going to have to put a big allegedly. I don't know that William wants to wear his wife's shoes. Okay. Anand says, lots of us have had a rotten 18 months, but still have to juggle everything and get on with it. That's life. We don't have a ton of staff doing everything for us and a bank full of endless cash to ease some of the struggle. Having to welcome Trump must be degrading and shows the world his just a that I'm sorry, it should be he's. They put his. He's just a puppet. He is just a puppet. A puppet on the string. As a matter of fact, um, didn't I say that yesterday? A puppet. He is a puppet. Oh my goodness, I didn't realize I had more. Connie Balmer. Hey, Connie Balmer. Okay. Nothing is stopping William from letting go of the hate. Hate destroys the soul. This young man is only 43 and he looks 60, but his supporters want him to continue to carry on with the feud with his brother. So enjoy it. Next, And on top of this, he has to put in a 10-hour shift in a factory 6 days a week. My heart bleeds for him. Okay. Next, look, most of us get cancer at some point. We have to carry on regardless, working as well as seeing to the home. We do not have endless amounts of money, transport, and servants to attend our every need. We just get on with it. And most don't go on about our cancer we once had. Most of us don't go on and on about it. We just work. We get on with it. We work. Leslie F., thank you for joining us. Let's see. Young bald men have a very particular simmering rate. young bald men, young bald men have a very particular simmering rage. He's moody, stubborn, spoiled, and on the lazy side. Damn. Didn't I say that article was a bad idea? Did I not say that article was a bad idea? This is the guy that wrote it. That's A.N. Wilson right there. Stupid. I do believe this is the last comment for real. Totally ridiculous and unfair to try to lay cancer diagnosis on Harry's shoulder. William likes all the advantages of royal status, but not the reality. Wisely, or unwisely, Harry told his own story. Harry has caused issues, but ended up with a lot more freedom than William can ever have. The King and Kate are managing to be upbeat, pleasant, upbeat and pleasant. Only he is purely miserable with his lot. So, some time ago, Tatler asked, what was her name to write that article? It was called Catherine the Great. Her Royal Highness Duchess of Cambridge is crowned Catherine the Great on the July August cover. So when that article came out, obviously the Queen was still alive. And if you all recall, Kensington Palace did not like the way the article read. They are the ones that asked for the article, but once people began to um, show their hostility or their skepticism, they decided to ask the Tatler to change the article, to edit the article so that it isn't so pathetic. In the article, they mentioned that Kate is tired. This is what Kate was telling people, that she was tired because of the extra work that they were required to do because of Harry and Meghan leaving. See there? And so eventually there was articles about the article. Kate Middleton feels exhausted and trapped over an enormous workload after Meghan and Prince Harry effectively threw the Cambridge children under the bus by quitting as royals, sources tell the Tatler. Now, that is the message that Kensington Palace wanted the public to know because they were trying to prep the public for the inevitable lack of work from Will and Kate. That way, later on, if anyone started saying, "Oh, Will and Kate, I'm wondering the way they are. They don't work that much," they want you to believe that they are overworked, as if that's possible for them. Let's see. Look at that article in the middle. The hubris. Harry and Meghan threw the Cambridge children under the bus. How? Oh, by not doing the work for Wank and their children. How much work did they have before Meghan came? The answer is they were still criticized for their lack of work. Now, if you guys are interested in that article, let me tell you, they actually removed about 40% of the article was simply removed. However, I did manage to find all of the missing portion of that article. I actually made a video. Um, don't ask me how I did it, but they changed it at the request of Kensington Palace. And the what was her name that wrote that article? I could see her face, but I can't remember her name. Um, anyway, let me see if I can find that article for you. I'll put the link for it if I can find it, and you can see why they did not like the article Catherine the Great. Even the title of that article is a scandal. They should have been embarrassed. They should have been embarrassed. Um, well, I tell you what, I will make sure that I put that in the community post because I'm just taking a quick glance and I do not see it. I can't remember what the title was. It may have been Catherine the Great, actually, but I'm not sure because that was so long ago. But as I said, that was not very smart of them to create yet another article that tries to drum up sympathy for Will and Kate. Uh, nope, I don't see it. But I tell you what, I will find it for you guys and I will put it in a community post. But it was very interesting. The article, I believe, if I recall, it kind of reminded us that it made it sound like William was very dependent on his mother-in-law. That's what you get from the article, is that William was very dependent, and he didn't like the tone of that. So they asked him to change it. And the other thing is, the person who wrote the article, she actually had written a book, and they didn't want her to go on her book tour because they didn't want anybody to ask her about that article. Oh, I found it. I found it. I found it. I can't believe I found it. Ha! There you go. And I promise you, it is the entire article. So, whenever you have the time, make sure you check it out. It is very embarrassing to those two. There we go. Kate Middleton, Catherine the Great magazine, Tatler magazine article, The Lost Issue. That's it, The Lost Issue. Okay, there you go. So, you can see what they were trying to hide from you. Of course, the articles that reached the magazine stand, they could not take those back. But the ones that were online, yeah, they changed that. Ah, you're welcome, Lydia. Anything to be shady. You know me. Anything to be shady. Let me see. Oh, by the way, thank you, Legs. Let's see what's next. Okay, so right here. Harry really did have struggles, but he did the work, found a life partner with the same goals. It should have been commended. Instead, he was attacked because the golden child was still struggling. Now, that is from Henry VIII. We love Henry VIII. Henry VIII, I'm telling you, she comes up with some brilliant stuff. Instead of celebrating Harry's achievement of finding the perfect partner, and that's all Harry wanted. Harry said that he was hoping to find the right partner who can, um, be by his side while he served his grandmother, while he served the institution. He wanted someone with a strong enough character, someone who was resourceful, smart, brilliant, someone who could deal with the pressure of being a royal. And that's what he found. Meghan was not going to leave the United Kingdom without Harry. And Harry was not going to stay in the United Kingdom and watch his wife be abused by that system. I believe Meghan went through more than what most people would have been able to go through, all things considered. I mean, think about it. She had plenty money to walk away if she wanted to, and she stayed. She could not picture herself abandoning her husband in that institution. It was a huge, huge sacrifice as far as I'm concerned. That is definitely sacrificing your happiness for another person, for your husband. That's what she did. Of course, she was happy with him, but having her name dragged through the media like that. And when something that terrible happens, it's not just about how you feel about it, it's how your loved ones feel. It would pain me to know that people who love me are afraid for my safety, afraid for my well being, afraid for my mental health. And even worse, those friends sometimes could not even get in touch with her. And what was that? One of her friends said, "Is he worth it? Is he worth it?" Yeah, Harry's an exceptional human being, even without being royal. And of course, we'll never know. He is an exceptional human being. They both are. And that's why they're so perfect together. They're two very strong, empathetic people, people whose earliest calling in life was that of service. And they love what they do together. That's why they're so effective. That's why people gravitate toward them. Whether they're alone or with each other, people gravitate to them. Zandy Sussex says, with everything that's going on in the world right now, William is apparently wasting away because of his fixation with Harry. This means, this man needs salvation because jealousy and envy are literally eating him up on the inside. Untouched, unedited. Untouched, unedited. Thank you, Church Nelly. The Sussexes are authentic. Thank you very much. British media thought that Harry and Meghan would never leave. Well, they thought Meghan would leave and they could make her the villain. But they never expected Harry to leave with her. Yet they want access. We pay, you pose. Yep, that's what they said. Who said that? Was that Amanda Playtell? I forgot who said that. We pay, you pose. The golden child is still struggling. Yeah. This is the golden child, ladies and gentlemen. Now the British media are trying to have revisionist history, pretending that Harry and Meghan didn't want to do work, wasn't happy with their servant quarters, yet they won't admit they bullied and harassed Meghan. Oh, yeah. And that too. Helen G says, I am so pleased Prince Harry got Meghan and Archie out of this crap hole kingdom. Harry and Meghan would literally have been wank slaves uh, if they had stayed. Yeah. I believe William would have made some very, very bizarre demands. Oh, I'm sorry, Leslie F. I missed that. Thank you for the comment. Oh my God, after all them comments, all I got to say is facts in my best American Latina voice. Don't you love those comments? Okay, you guys, this is one of those rare times I'm going to say this. Read that article. Read that article. It's very long. Now, it does take aim at Harry and Meghan, but they use that as a cover. They use that so that they're able to say certain things to certain people, meaning Will and Kate. As a matter of fact, perfect timing with this one. Perfect timing. God, that's small. Hold on a second. Okay. Oh my God, that's still small. Let me see. I read the article twice because the first go round, I was annoyed at the hairy jabs. But the second time around, I was able to see the deeper message that A.N. Wilson is trying to convey. Wilson is gently warning William that he's likely to be a young king. He states Charles is likely to have a short reign, and that couple with small r royal and decades of public duty ahead spell disaster. People will forgive the cost of the monarchy if they see value, but he's going to be taking over when the support of the monarchy is at an all-time low. So he has a lot of work ahead of him. People had a love and deference for the queen, but that has largely died off. For William to have a hope in hell, he needs to work harder and crank up the charm. So long story, short story, the monarchy is doomed. The long story short story, or the long story short, the monarchy is doomed. And that's the truth. And they are using the Sussexes as a distraction. They are using the Sussexes as a distraction so that people won't notice how pathetic those two are. But from all those comments I just shared with you, and that wasn't the most of them, that article had about 1,600 comments, and a large amount of them were pretty damning. And like I am safe said, it's worth reading it twice, because the first time you're a bit taken aback by the negativity toward Harry. But when you read it again, it's just like, oh, you know what I'm saying? It does not bode well. It makes the future of the monarchy look very bleak. Yeah, it's 1,600 comments. Now, if you do just want to read the comments, go to where it says worst rated. That's what I always do. If you go to the worst rated, those are the ones that are usually going after the golden child. Yeah, don't even bother. Just go to the worst rated, and that is where you get all the dirt. Mm-mm-mm. Yep. 1,700 comments. 1,700 comments. So the article is definitely making the point. Oh, check this one out. William is buckling under the hate for his brother. His fans and the tabloids keep telling him he's doing the right thing. But in the end, the Daily Mail and keyboard warriors are not the ones losing weight and angry all the time. Let's go. Oh, sorry. Let go of the hate and free your mind. Mm. Someone said, very true. Harry hasn't shared anything for years, but is constantly brought up by the Mail for ratings and revenue as a guaranteed response. Someone says, I think he's going to abdicate before he becomes king. He looks dreadful, and I think part of this is due to his brother and his father. What Henry has done is treasonous, and on a personal level, damaged his family. I think William is at the breaking point. But William is going to be king. Isn't that what they keep telling us? That William is going to be king. That is what the derangers say. Is that William is going to be king. Catherine is going to be queen. And they believe that that's all that's important, is that he will be king and she will be queen. Oh, okay. This is the last one of these comments I'm going to share. Okay. Big Prince Willie's problem is Bonnie King Charlie will last will be the last king of the UK. If Starmer doesn't put him in the tower, Reform will use the Magna Carta to scrap them as they fail to protect the UK from the end of Palian policy and the rise of Stasi's and the collapse of the British justice. Thousands of children, okay, I can't say that one, and Westminster has closed rank. Um, you know what they're talking about with the kids, right? Um, Now, someone responded, "What a smug comment and an insult to those men who have lost their hair early. My son lost his hair by age 30. So stop with the smart comments. He shaved the lot off." Oh, you know what? That person was responding. They were responding to something else. He needs the hair club for men. No, Rubicon. He's just not. We just know a man is more than his hairline. Yeah, that's it. Okay, I lost my place with that one. Oh well, you guys, I can get lost in those comments, so I got to stop looking at them. Oh my goodness, that was intense. I enjoyed the comments more than the article. Mm-mm-mm. Now, Eden Confidential. Harry's confidant predicts he and brother William will embrace soon. King Charles' warm welcome for the Duke of Sussex last week delighted some royal watchers and left others concerned. So, this will set the cat among the pigeons. But didn't they just have an article that said if you mention him, he'll throw you out of the room? Why William is more determined than ever to cut Harry out of his life, as Charlotte Griffith reveals how he's been driven to rage by his brother's brazen return plan. The Daily Mail can be very schizophrenic sometimes. You can't be sure that they see exactly what's in front of them or why they say certain things. But on the one hand, Richard Eden wants you to believe that they are going to meet and embrace soon. On the other hand, if you mention Harry's name, he'll throw you out of the room. Well, which is it? Which is it? Is it the article from September the 19th or the one from the 13th? Which is it? Which one of these is true? Has William had a change of heart, or are they just looking for clickbait? The Queen appears to pull rank as Kate chats inanimmately with Melania during state visit. The ushers princess back toward William. That's the other thing. I could not believe. I still am trying to believe that that happened. I am still trying to believe that that actually happened. I'm like, did that happen? Did my eyes deceive me? Did Gladys actually shoo her away?
Provided by the lifeguards and the Blues and Royals. The Queen is wearing a brooch with a large sapphire, which was a present to Queen Victoria will be in 4 divisions.
Side eye.
The blues and royals. The Queen is wearing a brooch with a large sapphire, which was a present to Queen Victoria.
You guys, whatever is going on with the King, the Prince of Wales, the Princess of Wales, and the Queen Consort, whatever is going on, I wish the tabloids would stop beating around the bush and give us the real story. Do you know how much money they could make if they just tell it? If they just tell it, do you know how much money they would make? This would be the biggest soap opera on the planet. It would. It would be the biggest soap opera on the planet. We would not want for nothing. We would not want for anything, because we would have a daily feeding of more and more scandals. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Our plates would runneth over.
That presidents of the United States would come freely to the United Kingdom for state visits because
Get your ass over there. Can you believe that? See how she come walking up on me? Say, get your ass over there. Yo, see how she walked up? She ain't supposed to do that.
That presidents of the United States would come freely.
You don't get your ass over there. Poor Kate. I'm kind of feeling sorry for her now. That's embarrassing. Now get.
It's really only Woodrow Wilson who was the first president of the United States. That presidents of the United States would come freely to the United Kingdom for state visits because it's really only Woodrow Wilson who was the first president of the United States.
Did you see Kate throw that bony hand of hers up? Look at it. Wait.
That presidents of the United States would come freely to the United Kingdom for state visits because it's really only Woodrow Wilson who was the first president of the United States. That presidents of the United States would come freely to the United Kingdom for state visits because it's really only Woodrow Wilson who was the first.
And then Kate actually attempted to do a very shallow curtsy. A very shallow curtsy. Did you see that? Watch.
Visits because it's really only Woodrow Wilson who was
a very shallow curtsy.
Because it's really only Woodrow Wilson who was the first president of the United States. That presidents of the United States.
KPR shifting PR that they may reconcile with Meghan is the problem. So it is a not too Harry and Meghan using old tropes. Meghan is controlling. Harry is weak and infantile. As we like to say, rinse and repeat. They rinse and repeat. Thank you for your comments. Oh, one more. Woo! Okay, thank you, Legs. Oh, man. Wow. What a mess that was. What a hot mess. Now, the devil has been busy shaming of Meghan's billionaire bestie, former colleague of Bumble founder Whitney Wolf Herd, says she hit her boss, called one woman an anorexic B, and used the N word. Read full shock expose. This has nothing to do with Megan. The only reason why I'm sharing this with you is because I saw that photo. You see that photo? They have no photos that they can find of her so called bestie and Megan. They have no photos of them together. This is as close as they can get. They pulled this grainy nighttime image. They're not even facing each other. There's no acknowledgement of each other. But they pull this grainy image of Megan walking one direction and her going the other direction to help solidify the idea that this is Megan's best friend. I mean, after all, she was the first person interviewed on Megan's last podcast, so it must be true, right? This grainy image is what they're using to tie and connect them as the best of friends. They have nothing else. They have nothing else. This is it. If there was a better photo, they would have shared it. There is no other photos, not available to the public. So, for that reason, they had to go with this grainy image of the two of them. Now, that is some crackpot detective work if I've ever seen it. This is real detective work. I cannot think of a better way to connect one to the other than a nighttime grainy image where there's a crowd of people and Megan is walking in one direction and this Whitney Wolf herd is going the other way. That's how close they are. Okay, nice. Nice. Good work. Revealed how King's chef clashed with Secret Service in furious behind the scene row at Trump's Windsor state dinner. Sources have told the Daily Mail that several members of the Secret Service team guarding the president went into the kitchen to oversee the preparation by the royal chef and even tasted the food, which some of them felt was disruptive. The guests were blissfully unaware, but the atmosphere in the kitchen quickly became tense and tempers began to fray between kitchen staff and the visiting American security. The royal source said the banquet was a resounding success in the main hall, but there was a disruption behind the scenes. Tensions flared between the chef preparing the meal and the U.S. security team responsible for protecting President and his entourage. The chef working to plate three courses flawlessly grew frustrated as U.S. Secret Service agents repeatedly checking and even sampling all the food. What began as a quiet iteration escalated into a heated exchange, which, with raised voices on both sides, it took several minutes for tempers that is to cool and for the kitchen to return to its usual rhythm. Hmm. If you say so. If you say so. Um, Out today, a new stamp issued celebrates Her Royal Highness Princess Royale's 75th birthday. We're proud one of the six stamps features our MD Amon Finlan from Princess Anne's visit to open our new dairy in 2010, straight to the post office to stock up for Christmas cards. Now, this is the kind of work that is beneath William and Catherine. They will never do this work. They refuse to do this work. And wasn't it just leaked a couple of weeks ago that Anne was concerned because of the lack of work? Bread and butter is what she referred to. This bread and butter royal engagements, these very small, innocuous occasions that in the big picture will mean a lot. But immediately, no, it's not such a big deal. But this is what is required from the future king and queen, and they refuse to do it. Britain has 2,800 food banks. Let that sink in. 2,800 food banks. Did you know Eddie has been wowing the crowds in Papua New Guinea? Yes, if you look, you can see a stadium full of people. There's even a sign that says Royal Visit Papua New Guinea 2025. His Royal Highness Prince Edward, Duke of Edinburgh, something, something it says. Yeah, you have to kind of squint your eyes and use your imagination. But there are tens of thousands of people that have poured into that stadium to greet Queen Elizabeth's youngest son. William is not a man flourishing. He is wasting away rapidly and rapidly aging in front of us all of us, rather. He is consumed with hatred, envy, and jealousy toward his brother, which is manifesting in his appearance. How did he earn his stripes as a global statesman? Because he had one conversation with Trump. He refuses to travel on behalf of the government and refuses to engage with world leaders in any meaningful way. Saying you are a global statesman doesn't make it so. Now, what she is responding to is just below. It says, a Kensington Palace source said of William, what we're seeing is the man flourishing. He earned his stripes as a global statesman last year, and you saw him this week wear those stripes with pride and ease. William had one conversation with Donald Trump. Donald Trump did not ask to see William after the celebration of the Notre Dame Cathedral. Trump went to the British ambassador's house or whatever, the embassy, went to the residence of the British ambassador, and William had already raced over there to greet Trump when he arrived. When Trump walked in, he raised his hand and said, oh, look who's here. And when he said that, he wasn't looking at William, he was looking at the other people in the room because he was surprised to see William. So after William's people convinced Trump to have a seat so they can have a photo op and exchange pleasantries, that apparently means that William is now a global statesman because of a conversation. Now, get this. This is the part I really love. They say that the conversation went on much longer than they expected, meaning, of course, that in 45 minutes, that solidified William as a global statesman. He earned his stripes. Yet, they scoff at the idea that Harry spending 55 minutes with his father, they scoff at the idea that anything meaningful could have occurred in 55 minutes. Now, that's hypocrisy. William is considered a world leader because of a 45-minute conversation, but Harry is not considered to have a good relationship with his father because of a 55-minute conversation. Okay, if you say so. The Daily Mail sent reporters to Montecito to stalk the Sussexes during Trump's visit. Yesterday, we talked about the Duchess of Sussex quiet September. Meghan and her as ever team have only posted a few Instagram pics this month, and there have been no big announcements. Meghan was very quiet while Prince Harry was in the UK and Ukraine, but I expected her to post about all of the lovely Ukrainian gifts Harry brought back. She hasn't. I did think that it was interesting timing when on Wednesday, as ever, posted a new pic of Meghan. That was in the heat of the Trump state visit. Well, it looks like the Daily Mail also hoped that the Sussexes would do or say something this week. They weren't content with simply covering the left behinds as they entertained the orange fascists. No, the Mail sent reporters to Montecito specifically to stalk the Sussexes. Now, that is from Kaiser of Celibici. And they have nothing. Whoever went to Montecito, there's nothing to share. How does she do it? Kate leaves everyone stunned as she ties her hair up without a tie. Okay, let me help y'all out with this. I have a theory of how she managed to secure her hair. Are you ready? Catch this number, honey. I believe that she tucked her hair under her wig cap. That is my theory. She must have tucked her hair under her wig cap. That is the only explanation I could think of. She just took part of her hair and just tucked it up in there and it held. That's it. There's no big mystery. They make it seem like Kate has just split the atom. They make it seem like Kate has turned water into wine. They make it seem like she walked on water. They make it seem like she has cured some terrible disease. All she did was put her hair up. We don't know whether she had something to help or not. We don't know. I mean, would you be able to see it? I don't think so. So, my best guesstimate is that she just tucked it into her wig cap. Untouched, unedited. I promise you, I've done nothing to this photo. Nothing. Now, what I do know is that from time to time, for whatever reason, some photos just look kind of different, but I have not touched that photo. I don't do that. I don't change anybody's face. I don't change any faces. What you see is what you get. Bon appetit. Hey, Mary H. Exactly. What is the big deal? She just put her hair up. She didn't do anything important. I could see that too. He might have wanted to think that he's possible had a chance with her and she rebuffed him. Or it could be that she highlighted that she was never interested. Money can't buy her. Okay. And guess what, you guys? I'm done. I'm done. Less than 2 hours. I cannot believe it. Anyway, thank you very much for stopping by, everyone. Really do appreciate it. Remember, if you want to check out that article, I put the link at the top of the chat. It is called Catherine the Great. You can discover how they thought that article, just like the one with A.N. Wilson, that it was going to drum up a certain level of sympathy. But I'm starting to think of differently about that. Maybe it wasn't for sympathy. Maybe A.N. Wilson is just trying to warn them. But that's what I said yesterday um, with Jeannie Bond. I think there are some of the elder reporters that are nervous, that are afraid for the future of the monarchy. And they are trying every way they can to warn the Prince and Princess of Wales to step up their game. The fact that William decided to skip the BAFTA Awards and go on holiday, that lets you know how bad things are. His priority was to go on holiday rather than to fulfill his obligation to help promote the British film industry. Very important, the film industry. That is what his role is to promote that. Soft power, right? Ain't that what they've been saying the past few days? Soft power. I'll check out your comments on the way out. Oh, you're welcome, Lydia. Thank you for being here. And as always, Lydia, thank you for everything that you do for this community. Mm. Well, you guys, this is you know what? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put a link up because look, we're not going to stay long, but I'm going to put a link up because I am so interested in knowing what you all have to say. Let me see. Where is that? You know, every so often I forget how to do that. Um, hmm, I can't remember how to do that. I don't remember how to do that. How you do that? Oh, crap. Okay, maybe it wasn't meant to be. Olive Perry, thank you so much for the super sticker. I don't remember how to do that. And as always, thank you for watching Royal Sussex. Let me see. Now, if I wanted to do that, I would go. You know, let's do that tomorrow. I don't know why I can't figure that out. Hmm. And I just did that. That's what's so weird is I just did that. Uh, well, hmm well, how to flip to that? Oh. I see. Lord have mercy. Mm. Mm. Ah. Oh, there it is. There it is. Lord have mercy. That was scary. God, that was scary. Okay. Okay, there's the link. Keep it cute. Keep it cute, y'all. There's the link. And make sure you turn your camera off. Oh, yeah, Leah Torrey. I appreciate that. Yes, just start from the beginning. Just leave me on in the background. Or if you have a chance, read the chat. As you know, it's always very engaging. I think the best part about the chat is we just never know what Church Nelly is going to say next. Okay, there you go. What's up, Legs?
How's it going?
Yeah, I'm very well, thank you. So, what do you think about all of this with William? What are they trying to say?
Well, I don't know. It's weird. I think in a way they want to help William, but they're actually thinking about themselves at the same time. They realize, like, if Harry's not around, they don't get any money. They don't get any money. They're not getting any advertisement, and no one's paying attention. Think about how electric it was 2 weeks ago. They literally just had a state visit that no one cared about, that no one wanted to actually visit, and I mean, what no one actually wanted to see. Now, I guess I should say that people did care about it, because if you look in London, which they ignored, people were having massive protests. No one wanted Trump to be there. And didn't you see the pundits? I think I saw something with Jeremy Vaughn. People talking about, like, well, Americans elected him, and I'm like, you're saying all of this while seeing all these Americans disagree with what he's doing. So many people regretting that particular vote. That everything he said that he was going to do is he hasn't done. He talked so much about eggs and grocery prices. Haven't heard any of that. But anyway, not to get into that nitty gritty, but either way, they hosted a visit which wasn't popular. And I don't know what soft power they think the Royals have. They still are trying to show that the Royals have some relevance in this particular time and day. You literally took Trump on a tour around the castle with with like gates up that you put up hastily. It wasn't a true visit. If it was a true visit, it would go through London where you would see the people. Therefore, you see what the people thought. But then they didn't do that, and yet they had this banquet, which had some of the most people who had some of the most money, oligarchs more or less, but more or less CEOs of all these different companies that are paying fealty to Trump. And the UK is going through a cost of living crisis. People can't are worried about feeding their families, heating their homes. And you are talking about how great and opulent your food is, and you have all this gold surrounding. Kate buys another curtain of a dress, which I really don't personally care of. But it's like, and yet William wants to pretend, or at least Kate and him wants to pretend they're this new modern force that listens to the people. So now you're seeing all the PR. You see William and her have been playing PR since Harry has left. Obviously, raining on kids is not a good idea. So now they're dragging out kids when it's not raining. William has been putting all this PR how much he abhors Andrew and all this other stuff. Yet he was seen driving Andrew in the car, as well as he was seen driving Andrew in the car on the way to the Queen's bedside when she was dying. So, but he still put stuff out to be like, look, yes, I don't agree with Andrew. But we're like, well, we keep seeing you with Andrew. Directly after that, him and Kate get themselves handed to each other. And amongst all people, Donald and Melania were holding hands. Now, think about to the early days with Donald and Melania. Remember when Trump used to reach out and she would just swat that damn hand away?
Mm-hmm.
And yet, Kate and William are being shown up by them. We haven't even seen Melania's face. She has that big ass hat. And yet, Kate noticed, like, oh, maybe William will take my hand. He's like, no, you're here for appearances. And then they get over to Charles and Camilla, and then they do the exchange, and they're trying to make pleasantries. But as you said a million times, Darren, Camilla always has an eye for the camera. She noticed that camera angle where Kate was in her and Melania's way.
Mm-hmm.
And she looked at Kate up and down when she walked to her, like, you ain't S, But then after a bit, you notice Camilla felt awkward because she's actually not talking to someone. And so she was like, you know what? I ain't dealing with this. She just knocked the coins out of Kate and told her to get in play. And so then Kate walks off being awkward, hoping that it wouldn't be seen. But we all saw it. So what we're seeing is the great reset for William. Before this, he kept putting out that he was so angry at Harry, and Harry would never make his way back. And he was also putting stuff at Charles, like, Charles, you should not meet with Harry unless it's me. How dare you meet with him without me? All that stuff. But he has to recognize Charles is the king. So you don't have any say in anything. So now, since that's all just showing him being inconsistent and angry all the time, now KP is like, okay, let's take it back. Oh, we want to reconcile with Harry and Meghan. We really do. Let's put out this article. Oh yeah, Harry met with someone secretly at KP. But in the article you read, it was actually to do with Kent, right? But still, Harry went to KP. And they wanted to try to imply some reason Harry was seeing William or Kate. But then it turns out they put an article like, I think there was that Kate and William have reached out to Harry and Meghan. And they invited them to come over so their kids can get to know each other. And I'm like, first, this article is obviously a lie, due to the fact Harry and Meghan, during Little Vet's first birthday, invited William and Kate, and they did not show up. At that Jubilee, literally, William did not look his way at Harry or Meghan, but we saw Kate in that yellow egg of an outfit she had look over at Meghan and say, wow. Because guess what? Harry and Meghan were still the talks of the show, and they were with all the other cousins, the cousins that want to be with the other popular people. But William and Kate aren't popular even in that family. So what happens after that's done? William does a land speed record out of that place, and Kate's trying to keep up. And they pretend to make conversation. Because the problem is with William, he knows that everyone else prefers Harry. And he knows, actually, he can't deal with what he likes to be in the background. He's not as good as Camilla. Camilla can be in the background without her name getting mentioned. Someone eventually mentions William. So what he does is that he uses the people around him. He used Jason Knopf. He uses Kate, where he uses Kate to dress like Meghan. And then, what was that? He also, remember what was the whole point about when him and Kate went to Ireland or something? About, oh, you should try my wife's jam, knowing that Kate can't cook. And then what were the articles? Oh, try my jam for free. But it's Kate against apparently Meghan, not William, right? And the recent thing that just came out with her and Melania doing that stuff, they put in the article, oh, and Kate gave some of her own honey that she made herself on her. And I'm like, okay, who are we kidding? I'm trying not to knock Kate, but like, she is what she is. She's just a kept person. She doesn't do anything. Literally, she can't even talk. And so Kensington Palace is trying to reset all of this to try to pretend that, well, we've tried to reach out to reconcile, but it's Meghan that's in a way. And that's why Richard Eden is doing that fake article like, oh, well, Harry said his friends said they were going to bring the kids over. But, Meghan called it barbaric what they went through that. And I'm like, wait, you mean Harry that just talked negatively about that education system? They're doing two things with that. They're trying to do brand Britain because they're ignoring that the most educated royal, the gorgeous one, the innovative one, is Meghan, who's an American educated person who had more education than all of them, and is more educated than them. So it's a way to pump up the UK's educational system to be like, oh no, we have the best. But Harry just said like, no, it was horrible, right? So it's like, well, we have to bring that back and say like, no, we're the best over here. But no, what's wrong with the American system? Meghan had a very good education. And the problem is that, at least in the case of the royals, they don't really need a degree, right? They just pretend like they're actually getting a degree, but it's just about connections and network for them. And so that's not knocking the education in the UK. It's more or less saying that the royals themselves don't see the need for it. They just pretend that they're doing this. So all this is right now, what we're seeing is a reset for Kensington Palace to try to make themselves look modern, to try to make themselves look like, oh, well, we didn't really agree with Trump, that basically Kate's not MAGA Barbie right now. And also at the same point saying like, well, we've always tried. It's just that they have not been the one that's trying. So that's what I'm seeing right now going on with William. And his skinniness and stuff, I think what the problem is that he's fighting too many battles. He's battling with Harry for no reason. Harry's not even paying attention. But he's trying to compete there. He's battling Camilla, but she actually pays attention. So she's giving it to him. He's battling in a way with the Middletons, not necessarily Kate, but her mom, because after that December 28th, he screwed up enough that they're like, we got you now. And they probably got pictures, and they probably will leak that out. So he has to take care of them. If you think about all the people he owes, Dana Wooten, all these other people, like he has so much that he's going and is eating him alive. And so the problem is that Harry being away and being happy even makes it worse, because he's like, no, I've done everything possible to make your life heck. And you're still happy and you're still thriving. You have this beautiful place. We wanted you to have the servants' quarters. I don't know if you've seen today, but like Big Back Becky, Grimace, like literally she had the nerve to say like, oh, as she does, she happens to pop around places. Like she saw William going to the hospital for Kate. But she was like, oh, I just happened to be by Frogmore. And it's huge.
It's massive. It's just huge. It's so massive.
And that's what they said, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like they're trying to pretend like, oh, Meghan and Harry left because they didn't like Frogmore. No, that's a huge place. I don't see their point. No, Meghan and Harry did not leave because it was a Frogmore. First of all, why give them the servants' quarters? Because the thing is that they had to put that place together to make it a home, and then you still took it from them, even though they paid for all the renovations. They always point out that $2 million of the taxpayer money that they paid back, but what people ignore is that Meghan put an additional $5 million, because Meghan's like, well, I got money. Why not make a place nicer? And she did the landscaping. I think that's what Harry pointed out in Spare. So we didn't know that until Spare, that the amount of money they put in there. So overall, they have an extra $7 million that they stole from Meghan and Harry for that place. And then, but when they were looking at Adelaide, they made it look like they were looking at Adelaide, but Harry didn't want to cause a fuss. So remember before that, when they thought they were getting Adelaide, the British media was like, oh, that big place, they don't need a big place, blah, 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 blah. And then all of a sudden, William and Kate go for it. And then it's like, oh, it's such a cozy home, forever home for them. And I think after, William gave Kate some re-education on that December 28th, she would like to get her back in. Her parents were like, you know what, the Adelaide won't do anymore. We need a bigger place, because they want a place where Kate can stay away from basically him. And so it's just, and so they're doing all this to spin away from them being on vacation for 8. They actually did 8 vacations this year. They're trying to avoid talking about the 8 vacations. They're trying to avoid talking about that house they kicked 2 families out of. They're trying to avoid the talk about like the security that they now have to pay, because like it's not on actually the state. They actually have to pay for security, which was going to be the taxpayers paying for the security. And they're trying to point out how much of a statesman William is, when he really isn't. And so it's too much for him. It's just eating away at him. And the thing is that he just needs to let it go. He needs to be like, you know what? Be happy for Harry. Apologize to Meghan and actually Harry, because you all have been doing Harry bad for his whole life. But Harry actually would let that go. He would just ignore it. But what Harry didn't let go is that the person that he loves and was right for the job you all abused, and we have no idea what she dealt with behind closed doors. No idea. And she stayed because she loved him. And this story for them is really her rescuing him. And I think he really appreciates that. And he feels bad that he actually didn't help initially in the beginning.
I have a theory. The reason why they are moving further away from Windsor Castle is because mentally, William wants to put as much space in symbolic ways or even physical ways. He wants to put as much space in between himself and any of the official royal residence. He wants to be in it, but not of it, or of it and not in it. Um, he's moved off. Well, the Forest Lodge is moving them off of the official Windsor estate. They're going to be adjacent to it, but they're outside of that ring of security on the Windsor estate, and that seems very deliberate to me because the what is it? The Frogmore House. Nobody lives there. Nobody lives in the Frogmore House.
You mean cottage, right? That's
No, the Frogmore House, the big one.
You mean Frogmore Lodge?
No, there's the Frogmore Cottage.
Uh-huh.
Is that what they call it? Is it lodge or house?
I think it's Lodge. I thought that's what
Lodge.
I
Okay,
thought that's what
I think you're right. Frogmore Lodge.
Okay.
Nobody lives there. As a matter of fact, they used that, I believe, for Harry and Meghan's reception.
Yep.
But that is an empty property that they could have just moved into that. But they want something that seems very middle class or upper middle class. It's almost like Marie Antoinette building that farm on the what is it? The what is that castle? I mean, that palace called Versailles, the Versailles estate, castle rather. You know, she has that little farm where she could pretend like she's a milkmaid. It is the damnedest thing. It looks like something out of Disney, but there is literally like a children's petting zoo that was built for Marie Antoinette, where she would dress up as a peasant woman and pretend as though she was not Marie Antoinette. And that's what this house seems to me, is that he wants to be an aristocrat and pretend like he's not the king. He only wants to be the king when he becomes king. He only wants to be the king when it's something he really wants to do. But I think mentally he is trying to purge all of that as in any way he can, where he would be just king in name only. And I think that's what they're afraid of, is that his pursuit of privacy is going to limit him to just a few appearances a year. It's almost like he's insulating himself away from that institution. He didn't. I think they said for a while he didn't even have anyone to dress him. He was dressing himself.
Well, we can tell that.
The only time I've seen him with a suit that properly fit the way Harry's suits fit is when it was Coronation Day, when he read that speech. That was the best I've ever seen him look. That suit seems like it was just sewn onto his body. It looked amazing. But other than that, he's not just shoveled, but he has not been groomed by someone who knows how to do that. He doesn't have a valet, if you will. I don't think he's had one for a long time. Or if he does, he probably just dismisses them and probably have them on the payroll and rarely even sees them.
You know, I think you're onto something. I think one of the issues is that with Harry's revelations and corrections, William has always known that was true. He knows it's true. He knows he's trapped. But he likes when someone else is dealing with the pain that he deals with.
Mm-hmm.
So him getting this place for Kate, I think, is a way to isolate her, obviously. But I think he actually probably would prefer like what Harry's doing. Like if you think about at least with the US, we have so many celebrities that a lot of people aren't always dogging them. We're like, okay, yeah, who cares is a celebrity, right? It reminds me of, I don't know if you knew this Olympic swimmer, because in the US we don't sometimes give as much credit to the people who are actually athletes that do all the sports on a world stage. But we know of them, like if we saw Michael Phelps, we're like, oh, okay, we just keep going about it. But it was that one person, was it from Australia? Ian Thorpe. That's what his name was. Ian Thorpe, he was from Australia. And it was Australia when they were going against the Olympics against the United States in 2000. And it was him versus Michael Phelps and all these other people. But Australia won that year. But Ian Thorpe at that point, they called him the Torpedo. He was this huge superstar in Australia. He said he could go anywhere without anyone flagging him down, bothering him, all this stuff. And so he had said, he actually lives in the U.S. now still. But he had said at one point, he's like, I love going to the U.S. He's like, I can walk down the street, no one bothers me. So he lived in New York for a bit, and then I think he eventually decided to move here. So the thing is with Harry and Meghan, even if people see Harry and Meghan in California in various spots, they know it's Harry and Meghan, but they're like, oh, they probably want their privacy. But at some point, some people might go up and say, oh, hello, can I? And then, as long as they're respectful, people would, entertain that. In the UK, there's no way William can walk down the street without anyone flagging him. Well, actually, that's the funny part. People don't.
Like when he was out that day with the what is that paper, the City, whatever it was.
Yeah.
There were a few people that took his picture and everything, but he was not mobbed.
Yeah, no. So what he wants that, but he still wants, some kind of private manner. So like if you think about Harry is getting adulation from remember when he went to Las Vegas and footballers, all these people in entertainment were like,
yes,
they just saw Harry, they're like, oh my God, it's Harry. Or even at that live 805, they're like, oh my God, Harry and Meghan's here. People wanted to talk to him, but they want to be respectful. And so they get all this adulation by just being themselves, but they can still have private lives. They can go to a dinner, they can go and sit somewhere, and they can just enjoy that. And that's what William wants. So he technically is doing a child thing where he wants to be loved. But the issue is that his main issue is that he's too jealous. He's too envious. And he's too, unfortunately, narcissistic. Like, we've seen these tendencies from him when he was a child, but I kind of ignored the child stuff because kids are going to be kids, right? But like the whole thing with the bunny, the whole thing was like Harry had all the fun, he flips out. He has been out for his brother since get-go. And I have no idea what that's like. I grew up with two brothers, and I was the middle. None of us were ever jealous of each other. If at one point my parents did something that I didn't like, that they maybe did something favoring one brother, I didn't take it out on them because they're just kids. I was like, no, that's my brother. He, like, any point, if it was a point where he felt someone was being unfair, he would help me out. My younger brother, the same thing. We were all for that. So it throws me off to see someone grow up in a system that tells you you're the best brother. Like, that they would give him 3 sausages and give Harry 2 to be like, well, he's going to be king. That when they left, that he didn't chop one of those in half and give it to his brother bothers me. That he thought it was okay to go and see his grandma without Harry and something like that. Like, not his grandma, but the queen mother, whatever it is, whatever she's doing. And thought that, oh, this makes me special. It bothers me because my older brother would never do that. I would never do that to my younger brother. We were all like the 3 amigos. And so he grew up in a situation where he felt, no, this is all beholden to me. So Harry grew up recognizing like, oh, he's going to be king. I'm just like, he's going to treat me badly. So his whole personality before Harry left, and you remember all the interviews he had, it was always dogging Harry. He would say something negative about Harry if the people were there, or he would just be like, oh, well, Harry's doing this. And Harry's just like, Harry just dealt with it. So now that Harry's gone, William doesn't know who he is. He also
that's a good one. He doesn't know who he is if he doesn't have Harry to push around.
Right. And that Harry came, like, mentioned everything that all of his yes men haven't been mentioning, that he's trapped and he doesn't, and he realized, like, no, I am. And that annoys me. So everyone has to pay. So now he's like, okay, I see that Eugenie is being a little too friendly with Harry. Eugenie, you can't talk to him anymore. He's out of the family. She's like, look, you're both my, I don't care. But and even if Eugenie's like, well, you don't pay me. He's like, well, I can ostracize you and stick the attack dogs on you if you do it, because they did essentially. And Harry and Meghan are the type. They're like, you know what, Eugenie, you do your thing. We still love you. Like if you're not going to see us, or if you see us privately, that's okay with us because we aren't those type of people, right? But like he wants Harry to hate his life because actually William hates his life currently. He wants the money, he wants the adulation, and he wants the privacy all in one. But the press owns him, and all these other people that he's kept out of jail owns him, and he hates it. Because I would love to know when they submitted those documents, which people are still ignoring for their foundation, where that other with that $9 million went. I'm like, you spent $1 million for a charity, and then $9 million went for something other. Like, how much money that went for your Earth shot to get Heidi Klum there? Heidi Klum said she's not going anywhere for less than $1 million. So you paid Winnie Harlow, Heidi Klum, and God, what's the last one? Oh my God, what's his name? Oh my God, Billy Porter, to come down to advertise for your Earth shot to make it look like you have friends.
Right, and they, excuse me, I'm so sorry. I just want to throw this in there though. They were so critical of the fact that it seemed, I'm not saying that, but it seemed like Meghan didn't even know those people before they appeared on her lifestyle show. But you didn't hear that same criticism for all of these people that William have flown over to their Earth flop to try to give it more cachet. People that he didn't even know, and they didn't know nothing about the Earth flop. They had to learn about it when they got there.
Exactly. And that crap should be coming up soon too, right? So I wonder who's going to fly out this year in order to get there. Because the problem is that, like, since he doesn't know who he was, people would say Will and Kate. And because Kate is a woman in the sense of the royal family, if you think about Diana, the other women in the family, they can wear pretty dresses. Everyone likes the idea of being a princess, right? Tiaras, pretty. So Kate at least had that. But who was he? He was someone with Kate. So you see how in 2022, when they came here at the same time, actually the trailer of Netflix, and they got booed at the basketball game. Even Kate's green like windsock dress overshadowed him. He was like, okay, look, you know what? I need to see if I can be myself or be someone without Kate around too. So that's why she hasn't been at any events of the Earth flop anymore, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so it's just like, oh my God, yes. I love that. And, to be fair to Kate, she didn't look too bad that night. It's just, why that color? I just, anyway, they're trying to go for that green stuff, but like they flew in all those different people that were quote unquote stars. And do you remember what happened in the British media, right? Like they aired it there and they pointed out how many people shut off the TV or turned the channel.
Oh yeah, and complained to whoever that body is. They complaining about disrupting their program.
Exactly. So it's like you're trying to do something, and the reason he's moving this thing around, even though it's not environmentally friendly, no one cares about him in Britain. Remember the first year they had it? You had Miss with her kid partner trying to get past the gate. It was like 3 of them. And I'm like, you did all this stuff because the UK people know who you are. They don't care about you. They don't care about what you're doing because they think it's all fluff. But what you have, yep, there you go. That's that family trying to get past the gate.
Yeah, there's more press and security than there are spectators, but yet they put that barrier up to hold back a family of 4, a baby in a pram, what looks to be a teenager, and mom and dad. That is the extent of the fandom, and they just happened to be on their way to Tesco. They were like, wow, I wonder what this is. And then, of course, William decided to wear green, not realizing that he would look like a bottle of Mitchum roll-on deodorant. It was a scandal. It was absolutely a scandal.
Every time I see that, it makes me think about my great grandfather because he always did make some. It's like that and Old Spice. It's just like,
Do you remember the little Avon bottles that were shaped like different things, like a classic car? Or I was always fascinated with those
classic car.
Avon
Wait, what?
bottles.
I don't know about those. Wait.
Yeah, they had Avon bottles. They were like cologne and stuff like that, and they were
Oh, the
shaped
cologne.
like
Okay, yeah, I do know the
yeah,
cologne one. I don't
yeah,
know.
they
Every
were
time I see
shaped
this,
like various things like cars or I I can't even describe it.
I smell pine trees when I see this. Did that stuff smell like pine trees?
Which one?
The Mitchell roll on. I have a distinct smell of pine trees when I see this, and I don't
I
know why.
think so. I think it has like a pine scent to it.
Okay. Yeah, no, that was back in the day. My grandfather coming from the south up to Chicago to work in the railroads, using that, and he had his dapper hat and stuff. Yeah, no, that takes me back.
Okay, I'm gonna do a screenshot and I'm gonna show you what I mean by the Avon bottles.
Okay.
They were like collectible. They were very collectible, and you could I don't know why that was the way it was, but I just remember that I think my grandfather had a particular bottle that I was hoping that he would let me have because I thought it was pretty cool. But okay, here it goes. You can see it. Oh, let me take that off the screen. There it is. So yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
oh
See
my
what I
God,
mean?
that black cat. My grandmom had that black. My great grandma had that black cat one. I remember that. I didn't know there was one.
Yeah, those are the Avon bottles. Yep.
Hey, yeah, okay. I do recognize some of these. Like, no, the black cat one. We have that, and I didn't know what it was.
Yeah, I don't know if they're worth anything, but I just thought they were pretty cool. I'm like, oh, that's interesting, because I'm always fascinated with things. Um, so okay, I got some more to show you. Now, don't ask me what that red thing is. I know it has a very phallic
Oh dear.
appearance, but
It's just a bad angle. I think it's a bad angle.
uh-huh. And that's a vintage ruby. Let me see. It's an explanation there. It's a ruby red somewhere cologne bottle. It's 7 inches.
They should have really, really did a better angle for this.
Yeah,
At
it's
least
7 inches
take the
tall.
stopper out.
Yeah. I guess well, let me stop. But
Oh my God, the riverboat. Every time I see that, I think of St. Louis.
uh-huh.
Hmm.
But yeah, the classic roasters, that's the ones I remember the most. That picture is kind of small, but it's like something that looks like a Duesenberg and some other cars. But I remember those
Oh.
from my youth. Yeah. But that I know that red bottle was a scream, isn't it?
They really should have thought about that. Because what they try to go for the clone bottle, but they don't want it to look like a bong as well. So it's like they have
Uh-huh.
very little leeway here.
Mhm.
I don't know if putting a hand in there or covering it would help because just
Yep.
I don't know. They need to shake it. Oh, well, I don't want to say shake it up, but
They did that. They did that. It's the vintage Avon Ruby Red somewhere cologne bottle. I wonder why they call it somewhere. Is that an implication that you can put it anywhere or what?
only doing daylight hours.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's the damnedest thing. Mm-mm-mm.
Okay, I just woo. No, they were.
Oh, I'm looking at the bottom of the label. It says keep out of reach of young children.
I would hope.
That's what the label on the bottom says. It says Avon Somewhere Cologne. Keep out of reach of young children. 3 fluid ounces. Avon Products Incorporated, New York, New York, 10019. Yeah, it still has a sticker on the bottom.
Well, back in the day, you got to be careful. Some of this glassware, they were a bit radioactive. So.
Oh yeah. Is that only the green ones, or was that any color?
The green ones have. Oh God, was that what is the green? Is it uranium? No, I don't know which it is. But it's a you got to be careful with the green. You got to get a Geiger counter for some of those.
Okay.
But yeah, the reds, I don't know. We haven't investigated too much. But I don't know. It goes back to that Christmas story. You shoot your eye out, So.
Why am I picturing somebody getting an X-ray? You know what I'm saying? Why am I picturing somebody getting an X-ray and they have a lot of explaining to do?
Whoops.
Yes, why am I picturing someone getting an X-ray?
Oh, Lord, it's just...
Yeah, they go in for a tummy ache and leave a cautionary tale.
I remember that in the commercials. That is not being alive with pleasure.
Mm-hmm.
Get your Newport Cool Light 100.
Well, on this website, that bottle is on sale for $11.99. I think I have just sold dozens of them.
Now, is that adjusted for inflation or?
Well, this is from TGL Direct, antique, vintage, collectible, home and garden, pottery, and glass. So they got all kind of collectibles. I've never seen this site before, but I would imagine that they have that on the what is that, eBay?
Oh yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Multi-use, right?
Okay, I see one on eBay for $9.99.
I don't think you're gonna be putting those flowers in it like you do with the As Ever bottle.
Oh, let me look at some of the comments. Nice item that was shipped quickly. Seller packaged the item well. Item was as described. Thanks for the 5-star transaction. I would purchase from this seller again. Okay, that's pretty innocent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see anything kind of weird here, but
well, the people that are probably buying it, they're probably like, I don't know, 80s now or 90s. So they don't see anything wrong with
it. Well, it kind of reminds me of I Dream a Genie.
Right?
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of that. So it's just one of those unfortunate things where, quite by chance, did you ever see that teapot, the one that looks like Hitler?
Oh dear, no.
Yes, there was a teapot.
I have to pay attention to one of these comments. Kate M said it's William's problem. Maybe we should send one of these to William. He would relieve some of his problems.
I'm going to show you a picture of it. I'm going to show you a picture of it. They took it off the market quickly because people realized that it bared a striking resemblance to the Fuhrer. And I'm just like, how do you do that? But okay, let me grab that and I'll show it to you. Yeah, I mean, sometimes these things just happen, and people don't realize that, if you squint your eyes, you see something totally different.
Oh dear. Oh wow.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
They went there.
Huh. Yeah.
And that was
Hmm.
sold at J.C. Penney's.
Whoop. Mm. Mm.
Yep.
Are you sure that's not Charlie Chaplin?
It's not Charlie Chaplin. Now you see how they put the picture there, so it was very clear what you were looking at. Yep.
Ooh, Lord.
They even did an article, let me see, in the Guardian. It says J.C. Penney's Hitler tea kettle sells out but finds a new home on eBay. I know they're not still selling these things. And
Well,
this
there is
article was
always
from
that. So,
2013. Yeah, it's from God, I remember it from that long ago. Yeah, when Reddit user pointed out that the JCPenney billboard featured a tea kettle that resembles Adolf Hitler, the thought was that trouble would again was that trouble was again brewing.
like, see,
No pun intended for the oft bumbling retail giant. Came here to say I saw Hitler before I saw the kettle, wrote one Reddit person. They saw him before they saw the kettle. Now, see, that's okay. The little knob, yeah, I could see that.
yeah.
I could see that. Just an unfortunate mistake. Um, but I thought they took it off the market. I didn't know they were still selling
Well, one man's trash.
them. Well, you know what? I'm going to look on eBay and see if they have them there.
Hitler kettles.
Uh huh. Just out of curiosity.
All right, man. Someone asked, like, how do we get here, though? We got to get back to eventually.
Yes. How did
William.
we get here?
Well, we started talking about the Earth flop and the Mitchum roll on, and then we got us to here. So we got to get back to talking about William at some point.
Okay, I guess looking up like that was not going to help. I better put J.C. Penney.
I don't think they even had that Montgomery Awards.
Yeah,
No
they don't have them. I do believe they took them off the market, which means I better probably get this off the screen. I would be. It would be very awkward for someone who just stumbles into the chat. Oh, I see one. Michael Graves tea kettle, bell and whistle kettle, 2013, J.C. Penney, pre-owned, $179. It's not bad. I only see the one.
What, 170 what dollars?
$179.
Is it made out of gold? Well, it can't be made
Well,
out of gold.
brand new. It looks like it was 200, I think. So I think it's like a very important designer who came up with that design.
But why would I'm only boiling water? What? Jeez. Maybe I don't know what kettles go for, but.
Well, I think if you went to what's that, Williams Sonoma, I bet you their teapots cost about that much.
I'm just trying to see what the advantage would be, though. Like, the whole point is to heat water. Do you heat water more efficiently? Do you does the water stay hotter longer? I don't see what the advantage is.
Well, this is the theory about why most Americans don't have like a powered electric tea kettle. They say that we use the 110, which means that it just doesn't heat fast enough, because in Europe, I think a lot of, especially in the UK, I think they use like a 220. So
yeah, the voltage
faster. Yeah, the voltage is different. So I happen to have one, but I don't use it that often, but I do have one, and it's convenient. But for the average person, I think that it's just like nostalgic, and it might remind them of their youth to have the tea kettle with the whistle and everything. I think it's
Mhm.
kind of a bit of a novelty, and it very much reminds people of, you know, days gone past. So yeah.
I can see that. Yeah. Oh,
Hmm.
someone said that we got here also because of Kate's green Earth flop dress. So we were talking about the Earth flop and William and that being a flop and him trying to find his own, but not coming up short. So then he got rid of Kate and see if that helps. And then, oh my God, yes, the next year when he did that hotel stay Earth flop, which is actually
Hmm.
coming up this week, right? He did that when he waded through the water and then supposedly went to the UN, but he was just at that hotel across the way.
Hmm.
Yeah. And so it's just like, I think he's still trying to find his purpose, but because they keep using that he's going to be king, but I think he actually wants to have some drive or wants to stand for something. But I think he leaves all his innovation. I think he leaves anything to his courtiers and those around him, which are yes men. And the only thing they know is to just steal it from people who they think are popular. Like I had no idea with the coat dresses and Kate that actually she was like stealing from before Meghan. She was stealing from well, she's still from Meghan. She's still from Meghan now, but she's still from Diana still, and as well as the Queen, right? But she was also
Hmm.
stealing from what country did they finally send her own over there for? Was that that wasn't Norway? That was
Denmark.
Denmark. She was stealing. I looked at some of her outfits. She was stealing from that person, and so I'm like, wait, what? So the whole time she was stealing someone else's other persona, and like with her, I just think she's just imitation, and playing like she's just playing yoga. You just got to put something in it, but it's never really filling. But I think William doesn't want to be playing yogurt, and he has something, but he doesn't want to be known for the rage. But that's all he is, and so it's like, who is he really? And Harry's found his calling. William gives platitudes to stuff, but he doesn't really care. He doesn't care about mental health. Like it was obvious that actually that mental health thing that Kate, William, and Harry did was because Harry advocated them to do that, right? It just dropped off when Harry left, right? And
Hmm.
so it's like William is kind of lost and doesn't know who he is, but he blames, I think he might even blame Harry for him not knowing who he is. It's always someone else's problem. And that Harry and Meghan can live a happy life with their children in the sunshine and that gorgeous view. And I lived in California. It is gorgeous. And have all of this, as well as people love you and you can have privacy. Harry has everything William wants right now. And
Well, if
so,
you look at the estate, well, this you can't see it here, but the layout of the Forest Lodge with its tennis court and everything, I guarantee you, within no time, it is going to look more and more like Montecito.
I'm kind of doubting that because the only reason I say that is when I lived in California, like I looked to my one way and I got mountain ranges. The other way I had an ocean side. William doesn't have that. He'll never have that in England.
Well, no, it's not going to be identical, but just having the tea house, having a swimming pool, and that kind of stuff.
Okay, I see what you mean.
Yeah, they are going to have all of the all of the assets here and there. It's going to take on more of a Montecito like theme, just so that he could, uh, I guess, show off to Harry, or because all of the dressing like Harry, dressing like Meghan. This
Yep.
is very stalker like behavior. It's
It's
a way to
obsessed. It's
say
very
that I
worried.
can take your identity. I can be you. I can be king, and I could be you.
The sad
It's
part is that,
it's
like, I think you said it best earlier, Darren. Like, you can always copy fashion, but you can't. But you can't have taste. You know what I mean?
mm-hmm,
Taste is something that you have on your own, and Meghan has that, and Harry has that.
exactly.
And that's why they got to keep saying that Harry and Meghan are inauthentic because they actually are authentic.
Yeah, because there's a lot of power in having taste. I have known people that could take the simplest things and make something incredibly elegant out of it. Whereas people who do not have taste, yes, you can go and buy fashion, but taste is something you either have or you don't have it. So you can spend a lot of money and just look okay. Or if you're someone who really knows how to put an outfit together, take simple things and just make it look brilliant, it's part of it is even just the way you wear it. Your attitude, your confidence when you wear it, that is part of the overall expression. But someone who does not have taste, someone who lacks vision, they have to dress like other people. They have to hope that they could capture, just like when Kate wore that gold dress to the 007.
Oh yeah.
um, she was smiling and grinning and carrying on, but she was all hunched over and insecure. She didn't walk in like she owned the outfit.
See, the problem with I'm not gonna say the problem with Kate, but I think the thing is that the problem with whoever dresses her, they're too literal. You know what I mean? Like
Mm-hmm.
what happened when they went to Jamaica? Oh, let's do cosplay grandma and grandpa the last 70 years. So we're
Mm-hmm.
gonna dress like the queen and king, and we're gonna do that. Not recognizing they need to modernize. Like, oh, we're going to a golden eye thing. Hey, why don't I wear gold? Oh, wait, Trump's coming in town. He loves gold. Let's just put gold on. And I'm like, you can do a take of on that and give inspiration. Like, I haven't really seen what's that? What is it called? Project Model Runway. What's that runway one? The model thing where they had to make the clothes real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Whichever that one is, like they have to like get a feeling at the moment and then take an inspiration and then put their take on it. What I'm seeing is that they're not putting takes on anything. They're just, oh, you know what? He loved gold. I'm gonna put something gold and I'll look great. Oh, it's called gold tonight. If I wear gold, then that'll be great. Right? It's just like you're not trying to put any innovation or any thought or any intention behind anything you're doing. And I wonder, like, it's weird. Kate comes from quote unquote humble beginnings and not knowing this. And I don't know if it's a UK thing versus an American thing. But me growing up, not having much money, I would know exactly. I had like maybe 3 pants outfits, but I would have like 6 shirts or 8 shirts that can go with either one, depending what I wanted to wear, because I wanted to make sure that I can accessorize or like make it look different and new. Because if you only have a certain amount of money, you can't just get a new outfit every day. I like every year for me, my family would buy us 3 new outfits, something like
Mm-hmm.
that. And so when I got those 3 new outfits, I got 1 pair of shoes that would have to last me for a year. I made sure those outfits worked into all the clothes that I had, so I can make it look like they were new, or make them look innovative. And so sometimes when I see stuff, I'm like, wait, she's wearing the exact same outfit again. I'm like, why didn't she mix it up? And so it's just I don't understand what that is, because I didn't grow up in the UK and I'm just not understanding like maybe her beginnings going into that. But now she literally has people dressing her and she doesn't know, like, oh, like as Meghan said, she does a high-low, right? Sometimes. Kate
Right.
probably doesn't even know what that means. And she's not being innovative with it. Or if she is, she's just following like, oh, people have done this before. I'm just going to do exactly what they've done. And I'll make an ode to that, because I'm not a person, but Diana was a person. I'm not a person, but the Queen was a person. I'm not a person, but Meghan's a person. So I'm just going to take everything that's them and I'll make it me. And then that'll be me for that day. It's like both of them have no idea who they are. And I think Kate actually had an idea who she was before she got into that family. And they just erased it. Because, if you're flashy and, lack of a word, not trashy, but, you are having fun in your 20s, be that. Who cares if you fall in and out of cabin? Just be you, But when you get older, you got to make some decisions and think about how you want to go about it.
Professor Tim Wilson, he made a video about the briefing, and and I do agree with him. William seems obsessed with having some type of response instead of just staying quiet and doing better the next time. Just do the work. Every time something happens, he puts out a statement. He has his people put out a statement, just like after the Jamaica fiasco. William is going to abandon the never explain, never complain mantra. Why would you make this big announcement? The best thing you could do is just pretend like Jamaica never happened, find another tour, do a better job the next time, and people would forget about Jamaica. But every time he looks at one of the tabloids, he has some type of briefing thrown out that causes even more press about something that should just get swept under the rug. But he doesn't allow that to happen. And the same with Harry coming to town, all of that briefing about William wasn't told, William is not going to like it, William this, William that. That is coming from Kensington Palace. They have to stop doing that. It only makes him look childish and petulant and silly. And they
Yes.
won't stop doing it. And the people that work for him, they don't question it. They just do it. There's no one there to say, I think this is a bad idea.
Yeah.
And next thing you know, that is the headline for the next 24 hours is William said this, William said that. That's silly. That is
Yeah,
shooting yourself in the foot.
I think you're right. No, he has a lot of yes men there with him, but the yes men basically they don't know what they're doing, and what they're trying to do is still best someone. See, my problem is that like they are copying Harry and Meghan as to point out, like as you said before, that anything you can do, I can do better. Basically, like everything you are, I can do it and still be amazing. But it comes off as fake, and it comes off your copying. And it's very interesting how all the media sees it, but no one brings it up, right? You know. But the issue is that like he still doubles, triples, quadruples down on this, and so he keeps briefing, like hoping that like he can at least lately browbeat his father into doing what like, because maybe he got away with before being forceful to Charles and stuff like that. But you know, Charles, for lack of better words, never really cared about him and Harry. Basically, he just cared about his own image. And I can say he cared about Camilla, you know what I mean? But like William, at least Charles is kind of taking a little bit more control in the sense that if William's gonna brief on him, he's like, okay, fine, I'm gonna humiliate you now. So that's why him and Kate have to like suck it up and get humiliated. And ever since William, like in 2022, when the docuseries came out, when Harry was like, no, it's inappropriate to kneel to Camilla. But then Kate at that Carol event knelt to Camilla. You have never seen Kate kneel. Well, at that moment, you didn't see Kate kneel to Camilla at the coronation. And that ticked her off. And William didn't either, right? So then after that, you see any of these other engagements, Charles and Camilla purposely look their way to see if they're going to kneel, right? Kate's the only one that kind of does it. But what you see is this reluctant head nod from William, being like, oh, you're forcing me to do this now because I brought up that I would never do this. So the problem is that he briefs, hoping to shape the narrative, but at the same time, he's still being humiliated in public. And so that infuriates him even more.
I'm going to play what Tim Wilson said. Let me see here. Let me see. There we go.
When considering the reports which have turned up in about 4 tabloid rags today about Prince William's.
Oh boy, that sounds terrible. Let me try that again.
Yeah. Come on, Santa, you can do
it. Yeah, that's actually my doing. Oh, you know what? Let me try a different speaker. Okay. Hopefully that'll work out better.
When considering the reports which have turned up in about 4 tabloid rags today about Prince William's fury with his uncle, Prince Andrew, we can understand the frustration, but the fury and the briefings come across as petty. And Andrew's appearance at the Duchess of Kent's funeral may have been a shock, provoking public gasps, and his behaviour afterwards seemed casually inappropriate given the solemnity of the occasion. William, who's been determined not to be photographed alongside his uncle, found himself ambushed, and his anger is human, even predictable. Yet the problem lies not in his feelings, but in the constant briefings emanating from his circle. Each time friends or aides leak William's private irritation, it diminishes rather than strengthens his stature. Instead of coming across as a poised heir, he appears trapped in petty feuds, and the monarchy depends on dignity, not the drip feed of grievances that sound more like a family WhatsApp than a royal court. This steady stream of stories risks trivializing the serious issues at stake. Prince Andrew's fall from grace is not simply a matter of awkward family dinners. It is bound up with allegations of sexual misconduct, entanglements with Jeffrey Epstein, and vast reputational damage to the monarchy. These are grave matters. Against such a backdrop, William's fury at a seating arrangement or an unwanted photograph feels small, and when repeated in public, it feels petty. History teaches us that heirs to the throne thrive when they rise above personal squabbles. Elizabeth I maintained her majesty by refusing to air private irritations in public. Edward VII, often caricatured for his appetites, nevertheless kept family quarrels from being weaponized in the press. Even George VI, facing an abdication crisis that tore his family apart, resisted the urge to brief or complain. Their authority grew precisely because they issued restraint. William risks falling into the trap of the modern news cycle, letting off the record comments do his talking. What may feel like necessary correction of the record instead makes him look defensive, almost insecure. At worst, it mirrors the behavior he so dislikes in his brother Harry, whose court of friends has also been accused of feeding the press with grievances. The irony should not be lost on him. The wiser course would be silence. Silence can be majestic, while constant briefing is not. If William wants to embody the future of the crown, he must appear as a man of destiny, not a man of complaint. His uncle's rehabilitation should not be permitted, nor should his uncle dominate his every narrative. Every story that reduces him to being furious chips away at the calm dignity the role demands. In the end, William's court should remember that public perception is shaped as much by tone as by content. The public expects a future king to embody steadiness, not pique. His frustrations are understandable, but the method of communicating them is demeaning to him, to the institution he will one day lead, and to the newspapers and the press, to the people, to the people in the United Kingdom, to his future subjects. The monarchy survives not by winning every family argument, but by appearing above such things. William would do well to learn that distinction now, before the throne is his.
Yep. That's what I'm talking about. All of the leaking and briefing. He leaks and brief on himself.
Yeah. You know what my problem is with this Professor Tim Wilson guy that I don't know. I'm always I'm a certain way about him. He does point out some things, but you can tell that he's a monarchist. My issue with him is that he has never brought up Meghan in any of these things. He thinks of her as a non-entity. He doesn't distinguish between briefing versus correcting anything. So when he brings up Harry talking about, oh, Harry briefing, Harry is never briefing. Harry is simply correcting the narrative that they're trying to spin. And like the British media does that quite too often when they say like, oh, a Harry brief. No, guess what? You all said Harry was invited to Charles' thing to Sandringham. Then you want to say that Harry snubbed the king when Harry said like, yeah, we never received an invitation. That's actually correcting it. It's not actually briefing. So
well, to be fair to the professor, though, he did say that Harry has been accused. He did say accused.
Right.
But
But
still, I get your point though. He does not like Meghan.
no, he
Meghan
doesn't.
is always an afterthought. If
Yep.
if if he mentions Meghan, she's treated as an afterthought. He'll say this, and this, and this, and then maybe the last time he makes his point, he'll say Harry and of course Meghan.
I just don't
Always
personally like
like
the.
an appendage.
Yep, I don't like the erasure of Meghan because that's what the British media are doing now when they talk about Harry. Like the thing is that they always did Meghan as the villain, but then after now they're like, oh, isn't great Harry? He might come back and da-da. And then other people are like if you notice the callers when they call in, they're like, yeah, and wait, what is Meghan gonna do? Oh, I guess she can come too. And I'm like, wait, what do you mean you guys?
That kind of thing.
Yeah, you all are just talking about like bringing Harry back and ignoring that he has a whole family. So that's why when you bring up, it's just the British media way to cause drama now, right? Like they ask these questions that aren't real. They ask questions like, oh, should Harry be welcome back in the firm? Harry has already indicated he's never going to come back into the firm. So why even ask this question? So, and then that's going to make callers naturally, like if you are for Harry and Meghan, like, no, I don't want them back. So then they can use like, oh, well, see, everyone believes that Harry shouldn't come back. No, that's not what you asked. It's like you're purposely bringing up a question to always have Harry and Meghan in the negative. Every single question, like Vanessa Feltz, Jeremy Vine, or that Storm Huntley, all the questions are always to get a rise out of people, and it's always to be the detriment of Harry and Meghan, regardless. And so people clock that and say that, but they don't want to hear the context. So sometimes when I hear him, I think he gives actually great advice. I do. But at the same point, it's from the context of the erasure of Meghan, but more for the benefit of the monarchy and for the advantages of bringing Harry back. So sometimes I'm always side-eyeing Senna here. And I'm just like, you know, you're going to keep talking. And Harry has said many a times that he loves Meghan. And he's going to do everything for Meghan. So that you all are having this conversation without including her Disney back to that Sandringham summit again. It's like, wait till she goes away. We're going to send her away, and then we'll decide what's going to happen. And I don't like that. So when I hear this, as wise as he sounds, I just always give him a side eye.
And you should. And you should. And you know, I did criticize him one day. I was surprised, but he actually put a heart on my comment. But I told him that he sounds just like the tabloids. He is heavily influenced by the tabloids. He speaks in their voice. You always hear it. He does not make any kind of point about, especially Meghan. He does not make any point about Harry and Meghan, mostly Harry usually, because he tries to avoid even saying Meghan. But he sounds just like the tabloid. He literally quotes them sometime.
Right. And it's not that it's not wisdom in what he's saying, but it always, gives me that like, every time he's talking when I hear that, because I'm like this is advice, but I would love if you could open your mind. And because as we're seeing right now in real time, they're trying to rewrite the narrative in terms that Meghan wasn't bullied. The reason Harry and Meghan left was because of it. So they're putting out, oh, Harry and Meghan left because they thought Frogmore was too small. But what they blame it as like, oh, Meghan thought Frogmore was too small. And they should have, my whole point is that like, you all know that Frogmore was the slave house for them. You all know that because that's what you wanted for them. So now you're blaming Meghan instead of Harry because Harry would have just dealt with all of the abuse that they gave for wanting better for Harry and herself. Even that Meghan has not said anything of the sort. Because guess what? Meghan was happy to just be with Harry. So what happened? He and her made Frogmore a home.
They weaponized Frogmore. They weaponized it. Every day there was another article about what they're putting in the house. Is Doria coming to live there? They're spending the public's money. And this went on for months. How could you write about a house every day for God knows how many days? There was another article about the house. Meghan was rarely seen for like 4 months or 2 months, whatever it was. And yet it was the house, it was Meghan, it was this. We paid for the wedding. We pay,
Yep.
you pose, and so
Yep.
on and so on and so on. They did that, and so when they weaponized the house, how could you be happy there when everything about that house is called into question?
Yep. And then, in fact, that they put their own money into making that a home, and yet
Something that they conveniently omitted.
exactly, and yet they still try to pretend like they own you when they want Meghan to be silent. And she was not being paid by anyone in that family. She paid for her own clothes, and yet they want to be like, oh, why is she wasting our taxpayer money using her as a scapegoat? Granted, they use Harry all the time as scapegoat but they just amplified it for some reason. We know why they wanted her gone. They wanted her gone so then they have more tabloid fodder. And so then when they were leaving, you were all like, no, well, you leave and you pay. And they were like, okay, well, we'll do it even though we don't own the place. Isn't that weird? Can you imagine you renting a place from a landlord, and then they tell you to pay to fix it, even though they need to keep it up to date? Isn't that weird?
Mm-hmm.
And so like they put in at least, I think there was, besides the $2 million they paid, I think they spent an extra $5 to $4 million. I can't remember whether this is pounds or dollars to update the landscape, update the inside of it, because they were like, they didn't want to put that off on the taxpayers. But that's the reason why actually the royal family hated her, because she was more intelligent, she was more beautiful, she was accomplished, and she had money. So they couldn't hold the money over her because she already had that. And I think they were hoping that they can deplete her money stores eventually, that then they can own her, right? But yet
Mm-hmm.
at the same time, we see Charles baring his teeth at her, being rude in public to her and him. And it's like, wait, why even bring them to that if you're trying to tell them to know their place? Oh, you want them to know that they need to know their place, even though the public and particularly the tabloids want to see them there for pictures. So what happens is that William and Kate, as well as Camilla and Charles, they were having a field day because they had something to unite themselves. They had a common scapegoat. So that's why after Harry and Meghan left, we see the breakdown of those four right
They
away.
turned against each other.
Exactly. You don't have that common scapegoat. You had it for a little bit you try to bully them over in a different country, but that's a little bit harder, right? So it's like, oh, so then after that, all that stuff, that animus that you have between each other starts coming out. Like William, like what was that? The whole coronation kept having to read the note cards. And I'm like, you didn't really say much if you couldn't remember. Like, and Charles barely even looked at William when he was doing that too. And they didn't kneel to Camilla at all. And she wasn't gonna let that pass. And then like, oh, Louis having to basically about to rip out case extensions at the coronation. And I don't blame him. You can't expect a child to sit through this nonsense for however long. It's like, and then, oh, you're gonna take your time. Like I'm not gonna say what they're doing as child abuse, because people are just you get to do whatever you with your own children, but forcing those children in the spotlight in front of all these people for like that their lives are just it's not natural. It's like you have to let these kids develop and figure out who they are. They shouldn't have to know, oh, behave this way in front of the camera. Oh, look this way, or do this, or don't show any emotions, or we saw how those kids interact with that little kid that was on braces during the tennis match, and it's like you're sheltering these kids because you don't want them to reveal the particular arguments or whatever battles you and Kate are having, but you also aren't letting them interact with normal people to recognize that people that they're not in the gilded cage. And so I don't know.
It's painful to look at, actually. It is really painful to look at. That time when George seemed to really be having a rough time, um, they were outdoors somewhere, and all you could hear was cameras clicking rapidly. And George, his feet turned in. He was his hands were fingers and hands and everything was clenched, and you could see both Kate and William, bending over trying to reassure him. Poor Charlotte, she was like, it didn't seem to phase her a bit, but it looked like George was really at his breaking point which it was just sad to look at. And what we don't see looking at the picture, but it's there, there's a whole wall of cameras trained
Right.
on you. And that is, I can't stand when those kids, like when they go to the Christmas Carol and you
Right.
see how everything is so illuminated from the camera flashes and stuff, and they have that very like deadpan look on their faces.
Yep.
It's not natural, and it seems, I don't know why it seems that much worse for them. I guess because of the fact that I don't know, that is social media is here, something like that. But it just seems that much worse for them. I don't know why I'd say that, because I'm sure it was, probably worse for Harry and his brother, but
Right.
because their mom was being chased while she was with them, they were with her, they were still chasing her. But this with I don't know, it just seems very different. It feels
Yeah.
very difficult.
And I feel bad. So that's why, like, when I see these articles, and I'm like, you actually think Harry would love to subject his son and daughter to that? You think he wants to bring them over to that? No, the reason you all really hate that they live in California has laws against this. And good job for Holly Berry, and I think Reese Witherspoon to some extent. Because remember when Holly Berry first had her child, they would
Hmm.
literally wait outside, and her she would try to take her daughter to school or something, and they were just flashing photos, because they want to get the pictures of the child. And Holly Berry's like, trying to get them back off. So she was one of the main people that like started to get it that you cannot photograph children in California. I remember Reese Witherspoon jumped in that too. And so because of that, that's why like they can't show photos of Archie or Lily. And that's why like what they wanted to harass Meghan. Well, one of the reasons why when they're in New York or any other state, they want to harass them, because they're like, wait, those laws aren't throughout the United States, it's only in California. And so if they can go to New York, they can take photos of the kids and not have a problem with it. And so Harry and Meghan is incredibly smart of Harry and Meghan to have their kids in California. The paparazzi can be right next to their kid and not get a picture of it and
Hmm.
not face any prosecution. Like it would just they would go to court. And so that's why when they were trying to get the pictures of what Archie when what was it Doria was when they were in Tyler Perry's place, and
Right.
Doria was walking, like they tried to put those pictures up and then they took them down very quickly.
Yeah, that was like a drone image, wasn't it?
Yep.
Because you could see Doria looking up at it, and God, that's so invasive.
And don't you remember on the Harry and Meghan documentary, it was at one point Meghan was like, "Wait, is Mom and Archie outside?" That was the hint that that's when the drone was coming.
Oh, okay.
So if you go back and watch the documentary, you hear Meghan at one point say like, "Harry, wait, is Mom and Archie outside?" And I'm pretty sure that's when that drone came and took the photo. So they were always Harry and Meghan in their documentary subtle ways dropped some of those moments that when they were having all these issues with the paparazzi in there, or when they were having these issues with that family over there in there. Like the way that they did the docu-series as well as the Spare, they left the breadcrumbs for you to figure out why these things were important. And so Harry was right. A lot of that was correct in the narrative. And so when people were like, "Oh, wait, as they keep saying like, oh, he aired all his families on it," he's like, "No, I just corrected stuff that was out there." They had nothing to say to that because no. And what's that Robert Lacey's book? I forget who was that William said that actually he attacked Harry. Like he tried to force it. So it was already out there that he had already attacked Harry, and so Harry just corrected it, right?
Well, I'm glad that Harry said that he has no regrets. I'm so glad he said
Me
that.
too.
I don't care what happens. The fact that he said that is a relief to me, because they want to use that as leverage that he has regrets. And no, Harry said, I meant to say everything I said. And I'm glad he did that. He's not hiding from it. Just like they first said, when people were wondering, I remember on Spaces on Twitter, they were saying that they hoped that Harry would address everything, including the Nazi uniform, that he would get all of that out of the way so they couldn't use that as a weapon against him.
No, they were already shaping the narrative when he was on his way to Kiev, right? Because of
Mm-hmm.
meeting C3 Charles when he was in there. Because remember, the goal that they had in mind was that Harry and Meghan crawling back on hands and knees, saying that, basically, if they came back doing that, then they lost and the monarchy won, right? But Harry and
Mm-hmm.
Meghan have been thriving, right? Because they first started off with the whole, oh, when they found out about Spotify Netflix, it's like, oh, what have they done? They haven't done anything. They haven't done anything. And then when stuff started coming out, they're like, oh, well, but see, they're failing. They're failing at everything, right? And then they were like, oh, Netflix hates them. And so when it's like, oh, good, things inspire. Okay, look, they've been calling William and Charles mostly they say William, which I don't understand why. But, they've been calling William and Charles trying to find a way back because they're running out of the money. See, their money's running out. And then it's like, this year was the year that they were like so happy because they're like, okay, the Netflix thing is going to end. We can say that's ended and they're not doing anything. They don't have any money while ignoring that Harry works at BetterUp as the chief innovation officer, or whatever he is, CIO. Ignoring that Harry actually has other charities here besides, because BetterUp is actually a paying job for him. So when they try to pretend that he doesn't have, I'm like, no, he actually works at BetterUp. You not forget that's a paying job for him. But anyway, while saying everything in Netflix flops, if they can say all that, okay, it's great. But then that Meghan's show that they panned initially, but did well globally, breaking the top 10 in multiple countries. And then they even try to say that she's failed now, but she's still, that I know of, broke top 10 in at least 3. She broke top 10 in Australia, Sri Lanka, and the US. And they're ignoring that. They just want to be like, oh, well, the second season didn't do as much. But it's like, well, it still broke top 10s in all those. So when they were trying to say like, oh, well, her show failed, but then when even some of those other royal experts were like, well, actually, no, we can't say that her thing was paid. That's why they renewed it for a second season, right? So then they went towards saying, oh, the Netflix deal is not the same. But it's like, well, of course it wouldn't be the same. It's a different environment. So now they're like, okay, look, they're going to continually have money. We know that they have money now. Okay, they still have these things. Okay, we need to get them to crawl back ahead. We need them to want to be in a monarchy. So Harry coming back to visit his charities is him coming back to want, they call it royal, want to do royal duties, meaning he wants to be part of the monarchy, which is why he saw his father, and he must apologize. And so before he went to, that Guardian article came out, they were putting out like, oh, you see, it is said that Harry has regrets about the way he did it. They kept pointing out their regrets. And as soon as the article in the Guardian came out, it was like, I have no regrets what I've done. Then they were annoyed because they were already spinning the narrative that, look, he apologized and all this other stuff, and now he wants to be part of it and he wants to come back because they needed that for their people. And so now they're like, him, because it was at one point I think they said they were like, oh, he could have been a little contrite and said that he had some regrets. I don't understand why he didn't say he didn't have any. And it was like, because that doesn't suit their narrative. So he's like, no, I said what I said, and I just corrected all this crap you all are doing.
Yeah, like he said, that's all of that has been out there already. All he did was fill in the blanks and to give his version of it, which I deem as the truth, especially when he said the stuff about the wedding. He said that needs to come from me. And so he told exactly what the falling out was with Kate, because nobody really wanted to ever have Meghan say it. And if and when Meghan ever writes a book, then Meghan can tell her side of it. But in the meantime, Harry's like, no, this needs to come from me. This is what happened. That's what the falling out was about. And, you know, you didn't hear any denials coming from Kensington Palace. They didn't deny any of it. They have
Well,
yet to deny it. They
well
just,
the
what's
problem
that?
is that they just want to victimize Meghan even more, right? It was the
Mm-hmm.
whole thing with like the lawsuits. Like they wanted Meghan going into those courts so they can just victimize her more amongst all the stuff. But they didn't want Harry in those courts. They didn't want him telling his truth. But they wanted Meghan to be like, oh, you're just being a victim. And we see this over and over again, but particularly strong, successful Black women. Like what is Kamala, what is Michelle, what is Oprah, what is Meghan. Like it's just, or what is Beyonce. They need to have a way to knock those women down to not be in the station that they believe they are.
Yeah, it seems to bother them when they see a black woman, um, living the soft life, if you will, getting respect, being in a position of authority. That seems to set them off. Even like with the person that was recently unalived in Utah,
Mhm.
he had a list of black women that he thought needed to be brought down a peg or two. He could not stand the fact that they are popular, that they're strong, that they are independent, they have their wealth, they have their status. All of that, it just seems like it causes, just like this one guy was saying that anytime he states that as a group, as a sector of the population, black women are the best educated,
Mhm.
and that triggers people. They just cannot believe that. So then that person who has just been unalived, he did everything he could to make that seem as though it was not true. He had to come up with his own version of the DEI and all that kind of stuff like that. Um, I don't know why that's so frightening to people. I don't. Black women have carried so much weight of this country since the beginning, and they don't ever want to give them credit for it, and they don't ever want to allow anyone to accept that as being true. They want to make it out to be a lie. They want to make it out to be fraudulent.
Well, I think I'm not. I'm not sure if I said this probably, but one of the issues is one, we live in a patriarchy, so men always have to be on top, right? So even with the patriarchy, if you think about it, like women didn't get voting rights in the U.S. until what's that, 1922 or was it 1921? I can't remember. With the suffrage movement, right? The suffrage movement actually had issues. Like Susan B. Anthony, I am personally not a fan of her. What happens is that she was with the civil rights movement for the longest time until the 14th Amendment came out. As soon as the 14th Amendment came out, it put the word male in the Constitution for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
And so she saw that this is a front for her movement and said, we need to scrap this. While ignoring that actually the civil rights activist men, W.E.B. Du Bois, like Ida B. Wells, like Sojourner Truth, all these other people were still in the women's corner. So then what it did is it actually broke up the suffrage movement. You had the women like Susan B. Anthony go to their one thing, but then you also still have some good ones. You have some like the Lucy Stoners. They were like, okay, this is a good first step, but let's keep it going for all people, like including women, But others wanted to just demolish it. So what you had is that they moved away. It was two different movements, the Lucy Stoners as well as the Susan B. Anthonyers. But then they came back together in, I think it was 1910 or 1911, when they were the American Women's, whatever it was, movement. And at that point, they were like, unfortunately, they were like, well, you can keep these people of color subservient while actually helping bring up women. And it was like, okay, so that's your take on it now. So that's a little bit, but throughout this time, actually, a lot of civil rights people like Ida B. Wells, they still donated to that, even though they recognized why they stopped inviting them to that, because they were basically like, we have to do our thing. And then lo and behold, the women's, the suffrage movement amendment passed in 1921, 22, I can't remember which one. And I can't remember if it's the 21st or the 22nd amendment. But after that passed, then all of a sudden you see women against integration. And I'm like, how long has it been since you all have had the right to vote that now you're taking it out on these particular minorities? And so it's just like, for them, it's a zero-sum game. Some people can't be elevated without others being downgraded. So with people of color particularly being elevated, that means that someone's being downgraded. And it shouldn't be the case, because we should all be able to rise together. But if an establishment is built upon the patriarchy and that it's only a certain amount of spaces up there, and those spaces need to occupy this particular type of gender and this type of demographic, you are a threat to that system regardless, which is why we see it playing out in the modern day monarchy, because the whole point of the monarchy is that this is my birthright to rule. So someone coming in would be breaking or a threat to that current system in power, particularly if they're a biracial, wealthy American woman that's more intelligent and more innovative than them.
And confident.
Exactly.
Unfazed by all of it. I mean, I don't blame Meghan for believing that this is just something for the cameras, because it almost doesn't make sense that you would expect all of this deference to carry on behind closed doors. I mean, she wasn't like that with, who is it, Eugenie?
Yeah, she was friends with Eugenie.
Yeah, she was friends with Eugenie. So it was like a big shock when the Queen came over that day, and then all of a sudden, they're expecting the curtsy and everything. And I don't know how long she and Harry were together before that actually became a thing, but there it was. She had to confront it, and it's like, I guess they don't seem to get, for some Americans, the idea that you want me to do what?
Right?
Especially not at a ceremony, but just, yeah, that's the way it is.
Could you imagine your grandma
Harry
coming in the house and be like, I would be like, oh,
Mhm.
hey, grandma or Riri, and then they'd be like, nope, you kneel first. I'm like, what?
Mhm.
Like, that's my grandma. Like, I don't kneel for no one. That's not how it works here. And I don't know if it's also a weird thing, just Americans, right? Like the whole thing with the American Revolution, and like we don't kneel for anyone, right? So it's like, so it's weird to imagine that even telling someone American to do that. That kind of like, okay, like because Meghan wants to plead, like she wanted to fit in, so she's like, okay, well, if you all say there's something we do, I'll do it, whatever, But it would still seem weird for anyone if you told anyone to come over here that, oh, this person comes over here and they kneel, like it's kind of the same. Like I remember, wasn't Denzel in London for the Gladiator movie premiere?
Oh, yeah, when he was in that receiving line.
Yep. And so he was outside for a bit. He was greeting fans, and someone came and tapped him and said, like, oh, you need to go inside the King's there. And he was like, I will come in when I'm ready, because he wanted to finish talking to his fans. So
Right.
he stayed in that line, and then obviously Charles came by trying to shake his hand. He didn't shake his hand because he was like, oh, I didn't think I was allowed to touch you. I think Denzel was being kind of, shady, just because he's like, yeah, we don't do that. We're United States citizens. That's not how it works. But he's like, you know what? And so Charles had a conversation with him briefly, but he's like, yeah, I didn't think Denzel probably just didn't want to shake his hand, actually. But he's like, oh, I didn't think you all did that. So, whatever. And so, but it's like that deference that they expect of people to be like, oh, he's coming. I'm like, okay, so like I am busy with the people who are paying my bills. These are the people who look up to me. These are the people who go to see my movies. I want to make sure I am entertaining, that I'm giving them the attention that they deserve. Like, because it's not like Charles is going to pay in his bills. Like maybe Charles is actually watching movies, but if he is watching movies, the taxpayers are paying for it, not Charles. So it's like,
it's a real missed opportunity, and that's exactly what Harry said, is that Meghan checked every box necessary to be successful in that family, and in the end, the pettiness and the jealousy is what drove them away. Not drove her away, but drove them away. And they are suffering something terrible. And that's why I believe that Jeannie Bond and maybe a couple other people, but she's the main one that I can think of off the top of my head. That's why I think they're trying to be more adult with their approach and more pragmatic. I think that it's like probably an effort. They're trying to convince William to drop this hostility thing, not for Harry's sake, but for your sake and for the future of the monarchy, because it is a big turnoff. And that's the ultimate monarchist, Tim Wilson. And I don't care that people are monarchists. I respect that.
Mhm.
That's the system you've grown up in. But
Exactly.
if you're blinded to the fact that that system is not consistent with the rest of the world of modern times, and that that inconsistency is going to lead to the collapse of that system, if you don't recognize that, that's when I think you have a problem. I don't care that you feel, proud and happy for it, fine. But if you see that it is not working, are you going to keep throwing your support behind the mistakes, the shortcomings, the pettiness, or are you going to try to move forward and be more modern about things? But
And,
that
and isn't it sad enough that actually the Queen even saw this? Like
mhm
that she embraced Meghan more than the others. That she brought
mhm
Meghan on, saw Meghan's hard work, laughing with Meghan. I still think she still made some mistakes, but whatever. Like I think the thing is that like she, I can see the jealousy coming at least in Charles' standpoint in terms of her wanting to treat his children better than him, because he's seen her like leave and just go away for like 9 months, right? And come back. Like she wasn't the best mother, let's put it that way. But
mhm
I think she tried to make up with the grandchildren, right? With that. But at the same point, she still had, and I don't know how much her age played into this, but she still had her faults. Like I feel like William was still able to force her to do things in the sense that when George was born, yes, he's Prince George. But Charlotte shouldn't have been Princess Charlotte, and neither should Louis been Princess Louis. But she changed all of that for William, for Charlotte and George and Louis. So my question is that when Archie was born, why wasn't he Prince Archie? Why didn't she do that for him? Right? And she could have easily did that for Elizabeth. So that's my problem with the Queen, at least for that. Like she should have saw the writing on the wall, like, let me do this, even though I see this as a hurdle. But yeah, no, I think some people see the writing on the wall. The Queen did. I think Jenny Bond is like, she's like, look, we tried, and if we want to go forward, and particularly if you want to, like, if I'm reading this correctly, get into the American market,
mhm
you want to be nice to the American, or just at least be fair. Like when they do something that's like seems like it's weird or something, you can report on that. It's not that they get deference to everything, right? But you need to report on them fairly and accurately. And some people are seeing that like they're not going to lose money. They're going to have enough money. They'll be able to be independent financially. But this whole quote unquote rift, and I don't even like calling it, it's just that them trying to punish actually Harry and Meghan, the whole punishing of Harry and Meghan hasn't worked for 5 years. And they're still tripling and doubling down. Let it go. Apologize personally, what you should do, which Harry even said himself, he doesn't expect them to do that. But get rid of all this smear campaign crap, bring them back in. It will show that like you are capable of forgiveness, even if you technically don't deserve it, because you don't want to cause this. And it would also show that like, oh, look, the King of England is about unity within his family, which means unity within the Commonwealth. So it will all bode well for that particular monarchy, whether we like it or not.
And then all this nonsense about how William is going to deal with Harry, how he's going to punish him. How, why, if even if, and I'm pretty sure this is leaked from Kensington Palace, whether you, if you did not mean to for that to be out there, then you need to correct it. You need to let people
Exactly.
know that they do not speak for you. But if that is what you intend to do, um, it is going to do nothing but remind people how petty and negative and nasty. If there's like anything that is like that little thing that leads to the downfall of the monarchy, it is going to be part and partial that nonsense from William. People are going to somebody at one of these days, they're going to be like, this is going wrong and that is going wrong. And all you can think of is how you're going to go after your brother and your sister-in-law. How are you going to punish their children? That should not even be floating around. And even if he didn't say it, then you need to make it very, if you can call and have them change articles because it doesn't have the right tone, that definitely is the wrong tone. And you should make them change it. You need to get on a phone call about that. Instead of trying to look tough, you better save your own future by putting a stop to that or not letting it start in the first place. That is the most ridiculous thing. And they just keep doing the same mistake over and over.
Yeah, and one of the things,
trying to be hard, trying to show everybody how strong you are. And just like all of those comments that I read earlier, you could see all of those comments where people see it for what it is, not the way they want them to see it, but they see it for what it is. You have a problem with your brother. You're jealous of your brother. You're envious of his freedom. You're envious of his popularity. You're jealous of his wife, his lifestyle. Everything is bothering you. And instead of having enough dignity to ignore it, you'd rather brief about it. You'd rather make people believe that you're going to take all of this away from them. That is so stupid. That is not smart at all.
and the issue of it is that, like, they opened the door to all of this, and we've seen this countless times before. The first time they opened the door for something, I think that was when, it's before they came for the Jubilee. Remember, they were like saying, like, would you boo Harry and Meghan?
Yes.
And then what happened? William went to that soccer game and he got booed.
Yeah.
And so the thing is that anytime you open the door, like, so when you basically said that, Harry and Meghan can't enjoy perks of being royals or they're not royalty, then the other people was like, wait, why do we have a monarchy again? Because wait, so if you're saying that some people shouldn't be getting perks, why are you getting perks? You're saying that they need to pay for their own home, like that they don't own. Why don't you pay for the home that you don't own, right? If you say that we the people own Buckingham Palace and we have the people, why can't we walk in it? So you're just burying yourself. And it goes to that old adage, like, if you're gonna dig a grave for someone else, don't forget to dig one for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And they keep doing it over and over again. I'm like, you don't want to open that door. You better quit moving those goalposts because you're just making it worse for yourself. So this is the issue, like when they're treating Harry and Meghan's children differently. And I'm like, wait, so you're trying to strip stuff? So you want to get to the point of trying to say you can strip HRH? Maybe you can do that. You can't get rid of the Sussex title unless that has to go through all of the Commonwealth realms. But if you're saying you can get rid of that, you're basically saying it's okay to strip that from people. So this is why, you need to be careful about what you're doing and be intentional. But you're not being intentional. You just want to punish, and you're not thinking about what door you open for your actions that you're creating.
Yeah. Once you open that, what is that? Once you let the genie out of the bottle, let the genie out the bottle, you're going to find it very difficult, if not impossible, to try to put it back in.
Opening those floodgates.
And he is poorly represented, very poorly represented.
I didn't realize. I think we're 3.5 hours in. Should we be concluding this at some point? We got some concluding points.
No, I just thought that this was very interesting, and that I just wanted to hear some other points of view, because it seems kind of big.
Yeah, it does.
It seems kind of big, and and I recommend, it's behind the paywall, but I recommend that if anybody has maybe I should just do a video, huh? do one of my videos and just that way people could see it. Maybe I'll
Well,
do that.
it's kind of like remember when you did the video for like the queen burial and stuff like that,
Mm-hmm.
and how well that one did. I think
Mm-hmm.
that was a very informative one. Like people didn't even know about that stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I think that um they're trying to send a message to Kensington Palace, and I don't know how well it's being received, but and I, I'm so used to William looking bad. I just thought he looked like William, but the fact that people that are very supportive of William are saying that he looks very, scrappy or bad or whatever. I wasn't sure other people noticed because I guess people have been pretending otherwise. And I just didn't really care enough to even pay attention to it anymore. But um, I don't know. I guess they maybe they just have a plan to. And then in that article, or was it in the article? No, that was the comments I read. I'm gonna have to look at that article again because I feel like I'm confusing part of what I read there with some of the comments that I read in response to the article.
Well, I think these latest articles that come out have been trying to, like, we can say like Liz Jones as well as Amanda Platel, even though they made Amanda Platel kiss the ring, but like
Mm-hmm.
that article that came out, it like literally, come on, it was no way she wasn't taking like a dig at like the activities that Kate possibly, or should we say the activities that Kate's hairdresser does, or the people that plan it, right? Like, is basically like, oh, you told me I need to send an apology article. Okay, I will send an apology to your hairdresser for them doing all the time to try to make that wig look actual real, or whatever the track she has. Or I will send an article to the people who come up with your dress because all the amount of time that they, right? It's like it was the apology supposedly that they want, but it was like I'm still trying to help you all out. You all
More like
want
a non-apology.
exactly. It's like I am trying to tell you all this is the problem, and you're still not listening. So the same is like you got to get past sometimes the snark and hairy man because they have to throw that in there somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
But they try. I think they are actually trying to help them with the current state of affairs in the monarchy, but it's falling on deaf ears.
Yeah, I feel like there's a new urgency and panic um, about the future of the monarchy, and maybe it's something that we don't know about that has gone, south for William. Um, I know he looks medicated. He seems like he's medicated. That I will say is that he looks like he's medicated.
He does not look well, and it's like clearly he's not eating properly or something else. That's why it's going on. And I just don't because we've seen that when he gets very emotional, it affects his I would say eating, right? Like
Mhm.
when he knew that like we've seen things leak that when the Oprah interview was coming out, he couldn't eat for a week, right? You know, and so something's eating him up. But I think it's because he realized even though he wants control, how much people own him. The papers own him. Think about Dan
Mhm.
Wooten. How is Dan Wooten not in jail? How is he still around? Dan Wooten has information on him, so he owns him, right? Like Jason Knopf technically knows all this stuff. He owns him. Like it's so many people that owns him. He's fighting for control where he can, but he realized that actually Harry's right. He is crap. But if he would release all that stuff to come out, he wants to shape his narrative, but he doesn't want to live his. I don't know what his actual truth is. Who he is, I don't think he does. But he's trying to find that. And the thing is that Harry has found his. Harry is free. So I think that definitely that hate is eating him up. But Harry is actually free to do what he wants. Harry put all of it out there and corrected it, and he's looked after his wife. William called his mom paranoid. He just wined and dined with a guy that basically said that he needs to get an HIV test before he got to shake a hand or whatever it is with Princess Diana. He wined and dined with someone who talked about Kate's flapjacks, right? It's just he's dealing with all of this stuff that he could control if he was just being honest, but he is chosen another way. So
Oh, I thought I had sorry, I thought I had clicked the thing off. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sitting up here multitasking. But I wonder what happened. It seems like something happened and it's got people nervous. Charles doesn't seem like he's in peril right now. Although we know cancer can be very tricky. You think a person has more time than what they really do. So, you know what I'm saying? And we don't know what level of treatment that he's in or but he seems strong. He seems pretty vigorous, all things considered. So, what in the world could have happened recently that have them so nervous? And when I say them, I'm talking about the 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 courtiers, maybe, or the press. But it's saying, and Becky the Blob, she's fallen over herself trying to convince people that there's nothing wrong, that William is just worried about Kate. Nobody's that worried. Not like that. It's just something is weird about it. And it seems like people are afraid. Almost like when Kate was missing or whatever. It seemed like people are just afraid.
well, I guess if you think about it from their standpoint, it's the money that they will lose and their jobs. Like if we want to go for self interest, because
Right.
if William decides to be evil and do all this stuff, and that means Harry probably will never come back. So then you only have dishwater and dish soap, stale and pale over there that don't attract any interest. They can make up stuff about Harry, but if Harry never came back on that island, what can they make up? Like we see how they were like skimming the bottom of the barrel like this past year. That's why they were all too happy that when Harry showed up. Could you imagine if Meghan showed up? Like the amount of stories they would come up with. And so it's like they're being starved and their industry is dying and they don't know like what they will do. So they're trying to coddle William to make it even seem like, I think it was an article, it might have been 6 months ago. I don't remember the timing, but it was one point person, they were like, you don't need to really forgive him, but just let him come back, and so like that. But, it was kind of, they were trying to be like, look, you can still hate him, but have him come back and at least pretend and make him do the work that, you don't want to do. They were trying to like placate William. So it's a lot of placation they've been doing to try to be like, Meghan and Harry have global appeal. Meghan and Harry have people that follow them. People love Meghan and Harry. They would love if Britain had Meghan and Harry for that. And I think with them back, they were like, okay, well, look, as long as William's around, we can still do a few digs at Harry and Meghan, but we got to be careful with our digs if they come back because we don't want them to leave again. You got to pretend, we got to like be a little less harsh than we were last time. Because we didn't think they would go, and they did. So if they do come back, or at least in some capacity, we gotta fake enough, but give them a little dig every now and then to please William, right? Or they're gonna be like, look, maybe if they do well, that means we all do well. So they're trying to convince William, and I don't know what they know that we don't. And like, yeah, William he hasn't been looking well. Kate hasn't been looking well. Like everyone over there just hasn't been looking well. And Harry is thriving. He's sun-kissed. He's healthy. He's fed, well fed. And it's just like, they can see the difference. Then they want some of that light.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like there's a concern or urgency or something. And it doesn't seem like it has to do with Charles because, you know, obviously, he's not well, but he does not seem to it doesn't seem like he's straining himself to do what he is doing. I think he's very angry though with William because he's not pulling his weight. Now that A.N. Wilson article claims that William has stepped up and has to go to meetings that the public don't know about, and I don't buy that. I don't buy that. It is obvious that William has spent very little time with his father, but they want us to believe that William is acting on behalf of his father. It's impossible that he could be acting on behalf of Charles and have spent so much time away on vacation. I just don't believe it.
It's kind of like that. Oh, look, the behind the scenes holding hand moment. Sure.
Right.
Like, I believe that. Sure, of course.
If he was doing that, they would show it to us. They would show him doing busy work. They would show him sitting at a table with these people and that They're not showing it because it's not happening.
See, what was very weird, I don't know if any of their patrons have said anything besides the patrons for sports. Who else have we seen lately? They call out these kids for these like lack of initiatives or vapid or vague initiatives of nature and stuff. Because basically all they're doing with that is kind of troll Meghan again. Because obviously when they saw Whit love Meghan and noticed like all the beautifulness, and then Meghan always been outdoors and taking care of her garden, they're just slowly trying to convert Kate into Meghan again.
That's what I was saying about that new house. I feel like they're going to try to put Kate out there being, I feel like that's what they're going to do. I don't know. I don't know why they couldn't do that where they are now, but I think when they get that house, it'll make more sense because it'll seem like they're trying to, do the upgrades and all that kind of stuff. But I just feel like they are going to try and convince us that Kate is this domestic goddess who just can't think of anything better to do than to pack lunches for their children, do the school runs, have her girlfriends over for a charcuterie or whatever.
You mean girlfriend? That girlfriend, that's Sophie, right?
Uh-huh. I just feel like they may. I hope they don't do that because it is, and really, I hope not for their sake because it is going to look so contrived and ridiculous, and I am going to drag them until I can't even move anymore.
Kate's kitchen cottage kitten curtains.
Kate's Country Cottage kitchen curtains. Available at Kmart. A blue light special.
Oh, yeah. this domestication of Kate of, oh yes, now she's a good cook. Oh yes, now she does jam. Oh yes, now she does honey. Oh look, she's doing crafts now because she cares about crafts. It's just like the amount of like that the hubris to believe that we believe any of this, and that is not an actual copying of Meghan. And it's just like, I'm like, look, no, people do what they're good at. They tried the tennis thing, that didn't work. They tried the photography that didn't work. It seems like they gave up on the Shaping Us thing. Now they're trying nature, and it's just like no, like, why can you all ask Kate what she likes doing? Like, didn't you all say that she used to love rowing? Why can't you talk about rowing on a Thames or something like that? That's different, and it might be unique for her. But is that not something that women do, or is that not something that you think royal women should do? Like, give her something, let her be her slight self in any way she could be. It's so disingenuous. And
well, remember, Becky de Blob was trying to say that Kate may never go back to full-time royal and that she wouldn't be available. And I think it was until either the last child enters high school or boarding school or whatever, or when they're finished with it. But they were saying months ago that Kate will probably never be a full-time royal. And I think that must have rubbed Charles the wrong way. And I think it was other people that are saying, you cannot. I don't know why they think that's okay. I just don't get, why do they believe that people are going to keep putting up, even with the whole cancer thing, that has a limited shelf life, that Charles is working circles around someone half his age and is supposed to be completed, have completed their chemo or whatever they did or did not have.
Yeah.
Yet she still refuses to work.
Well, it's interesting
I
because
don't understand that.
yeah, it's interesting because of all the vacations they've been on. So you can do skiing twice. You can be in Wimbledon for 2 days in a row in the heat for 5 hours, and you're fine. But you can't go to Royal Ascot apparently. You can go to Greece and be in the sun apparently enough that your quote unquote hair gets bleached. And then yet you still can't do any event that you had to spend 45 minutes for. Like it's just it makes no. And then to make it seem like, oh, like we're mere mortals wouldn't be able to do, like, people live with cancer every day and have to do all of that while working, while not having like 16 nannies or having staff to take care of them, right? It's like, it's just the amount of this dissonance and a disconnect between the modern person is very annoying, that they feel that they can just say this and have no pushback. And to try to put her into a category of untouchable, because that's what they're doing. Like, they want to put her there because William has put her there mostly just as a FU to anyone else. Because if you notice, like when Amanda Platel apologized, she only apologized to Kate, but she dragged William and Kate. He's trying to be a Camilla and keep his name out of it because he uses people for his advantage, whether it's Jason Off, whether it's Kate, whether it's like the reason he's got that beard and started copying Harry the way he dressed is because Kate wasn't around, right? So he was like, I have to be bitter. Now I'm going to start copying Harry myself. But before that, he made Kate copy Meghan. And so it's like the way that they're still trying to sell this, and it's not landing. These people literally sent all these comments. It's evident to everyone, but he has the whole media backing him up, and he has all his little courtiers, and it's still not feasible. Like, what is his avarice to work? I don't understand that. Like, what does he do all day? Like, it makes no sense what he does relative to what he should be doing.
People definitely got their theories, and drinking is one of them. Yeah, people seem to think he's a heavy drinker. Now, I've never seen or heard of anybody saying that he reeks of alcohol. But from the distance, from where we are, it certainly does seem like it's consistent with that of an alcoholic.
Is this like Queen Margaret / like the Queen Mother situation? Queen Margaret was very depressed, and that's why she.
Oh yeah, Princess Margaret. Yeah.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah, Princess Margaret. She was she did not seem to have a purpose, whereas William has nothing but purpose. Margaret, from time to time, she really wanted to work, but they didn't trust her to be as stoic as the Queen. She told jokes and everything, and then she could also be an asshole. They said one of the games she loved to play is, if she went to a dinner, nobody would dare leave the table before she would. And so therefore she would torture people by keeping people at the dining table until they could not, until she was ready to go. And she was very good at making people squirm. So they say that she could be very rude and very demanding.
But think about it like this: like, the Queen made sure she couldn't marry who she wanted to marry. So she couldn't have happiness, right? So what does she do? She lashes out, right? So it was also said that she was the one that stopped that other Prince William, the Prince William that died in that plane crash.
Mm-hmm.
He was the one that found out he was with that other woman that married him, that he married, and then she reported to the Queen so that he can leave that woman, because maybe Margaret was unhappy that he actually can find happiness with someone who they deemed that wasn't worth to be in the royal family.
Mm-hmm.
So she wanted him to be unhappy. So basically, it seems like when they're not happy themselves, they lash out and they try to make everyone around them unhappy, and they unfortunately go to the drink as a way to get rid of their sorrows, to literally drown their sorrows. So,
among other things, because you know what, if you remember that situation with Macron and those other two, the chancellor and the other third guy, remember how they had that mysterious object on the table and everything?
oh yeah,
It could very well be
they did not
something
expect
like
that.
that. You know,
That's very true.
that could be part of it, because I'm like really shocked that so many high-ranking people in very important positions still do that stuff.
Yeah.
You know, I'm surprised. I'm just like,
I'm
that
like, I am
seems
too, because
so,
I didn't grow up in the time of Studio 54, but I'm like, y'all still doing
yeah,
this stuff?
yeah. I'm surprised by that, but you know, they say that that's not what it was, but I tell you, all of the body language and everything was very consistent with that's what it was. So it could be you know, who knows what he gets up to. They won't they won't let people know. I'm pretty sure it's common knowledge amongst certain people, but
Right.
the level of cover, like the Prince Philip's relationship with Penny Natchbull,
Yep.
you know, even to today, they still will allude to it, but they just won't flat out talk about it.
Exactly. No, so I just think, like, I guess with the amount of money you have, and if you always will have someone to cover for you, like, what could you not do, right? So it's like, like Margaret was unhappy because she was unhappy in life because she didn't get to be herself, right? And marry who she wanted to. William is
And living in her sister's shadow.
right, and
Everybody
William,
trying to convince her that you should be more like your sister, and viewing her sister like she's the living embodiment of Mary, Mother of God, and that Margaret is everything that's wrong in this world. And they did the same thing with Margaret that they have done with Harry and his brother. They
yep,
had to convince people that Harry, even and convince Harry that he could not function if it wasn't for his brother carrying his weight and all, when nothing could have been. And I believe Harry believed that until he met Meghan. It's a lot of stuff that he had just accepted as that's the way it is.
mhm,
And then when he found out that there were options in this world, when somebody reminded him, someone he trusted and believed in, reminded him how powerful he is and what he could do away from the institution. Because I think he had just accepted that this is the way it is and this is the way it's going to be. And if I could just have the right woman at my side, I can tolerate this.
no, you're totally right. Like, because remember what Harry said when they first went into Tyler Perry's place, or even when
Mhm.
they went to Montecito, he saw all of this stuff, opulence that he just, not that he didn't live supposedly in castles, but it was stuff that he could own himself and he
Right,
could be part of, and he would never expect that for himself, right? And
right.
so, and I think Meghan saw that. She saw who he was and what he stood for, but she also saw when that he was abused basically by this whole institution, and she loved him enough to stay with him and to be comforting for him, even though he's dealing with all of these hardships. And that must have been very difficult for her to see when he was being abused, or even when she's being abused, when she wasn't usually being abused like that.
Well,
And
when he was living in that basement, And that person, what was it? Were they parking their car in front of his window? Or remember he said he was living
Yeah,
in that lower level? And I'm just like, who is this person that did not feel that they needed to show him the least bit of respect? And really, he just assumed that, I mean, how could you be in such a high ranking position? How
mhm.
could they have brainwashed him into believing that he should settle for less? He had no uh, like guidance to even dress himself. They
Nope.
would give him clothes. They gave him a clothing allowance, but there was no pressure for him to be any more presentable than necessary for whatever work. And then after that, I don't think anybody ever taught him how to dress.
Right.
He
And then you
probably
see
never had anyone to dress him
and
for
you see
those
where he looks
formal
now
occasions.
with Megan, like I'm not saying she dresses him, but you can clearly see the difference
Yeah.
with like how he dressed now and the style he wears now and the confidence. It's not that he didn't have confidence then, but it looked like he still had his own mind, but his outer appearance never really reflected. It never was like upgrading. You know what I mean?
And what that must be for William to see Harry walk in all polished and shoes shining like new money. God, that must just destroy him. What that must be like for him to see his brother being received like he's the king. I mean, he just the way Harry enters a room and the excitement and the fuss of it all is something to behold.
And Harry actually has. Well, it's not that he didn't have friends in England, but he has like friends that wish him well. You know, in the U.S. I think what was it? Adele said it best before she moved over to the U.S. She said when she was in England, she didn't have really any friends because with the tabloids and stuff. And then when she came to the U.S., she was like people like Beyonce, was hanging with her, or basically just people in the industry talked to her and they were cordial because it's like, well, okay, you're in this industry as well. It's okay to have that. So I can't imagine being in. Because think about how they did Hugh Grant over in the UK or Kate Beckinsale, and we see how many. Basically, it's because of the tabloid culture in the UK. It's so invasive for anyone that is over there. So that's why they leave a lot of times or find ways to work around it.
Yeah. Yeah, they can breathe free over here. Over there, you are still a subject of the king. You are still like what's his name? Did you ever hear Michael Caine
Oh
say
yeah.
that when he had purchased that house, how it took so long for him to get the planning or whatever to add an addition because they essentially they showed him no respect as a major artist or someone of status because he did not have a title. He was just merely an actor, whereas over here, that was our first glimpse of what it's like to have royalty, was the Hollywood royalty, the people in the vaudevillians and all that kind of stuff. People really looked up, especially like Mary Pickford and all of those people. It was like they got successful. They built these palaces out in California. They lived like any European royalty and such, and people treated them accordingly.
A meritocracy versus an aristocracy.
Exactly. Yep. People treated them accordingly. And that, I, I'm like, okay, when it comes to Oprah, I have plenty things. I don't worship Oprah, but to see a black woman who doesn't look like she should have what she has, that doesn't seem like she should have even been on television, to see her being treated like she's the Queen of England. Like when she went to Australia, I was so proud to see this black woman given marching bands and fireworks and all that kind of stuff. They said the last time the Queen went to Australia, it was not as big a turnout. And yet the turnout was so substantial that Oprah said, we got to plan something. She said, all these people have come out and they didn't know the scale of it. They had no clue how big that visit was going to be. If you've never seen that episode, I don't know how you could see it, but when Oprah was in Australia for like a week, and all week it was just like a royal tour, but in some respects even bigger. They had the letter O on that bridge in Sydney Harbor with fireworks and everything, celebrating Oprah's arrival down under. She had such a huge fan base down there. And when she got this one letter and she said, okay, let's go, it was huge. And for, you know, a black woman growing up in Mississippi and all that kind of stuff, receiving those kind of honors, I was very proud and very happy for her.
I think the thing that did it for me for Oprah, like, because I grew up like hearing about her too. Well, we grew up in Chicago, so of course you hear about her. And but I think that the time when I knew that, like, okay, aspirational / that she made it, it was that car episode. It was just like,
oh yeah,
and I'm like, wait, she's just doling out cars to people? Like, what? Like, I don't know. That just threw me off because I'm like, well, how much did you pay for all these cars? You're just giving them away? And,
well, you do know she didn't pay for them.
Well,
what it was is that somehow they wanted to introduce the Pontiac G6, and Oprah's favorite things were so popular that even some of the biggest stars on the planet, if they would ask their mother, what do you want for Christmas, they would say, I want to be on Oprah's favorite things. I mean, they have kids that could buy them whatever they want, but that wasn't the point. They wanted to be on Oprah and be excited with the rest of the audience. So I think if you add up the price of the cars, I think it was about 250 people. It came out to maybe $25 million, something like that. So they got more advertisement in that hour-long episode than they would have received if they ran a big ad campaign. So it was well worth it for GM to do that. And Oprah wanted to make sure that the people who received the cars were worthy. So it had to be an educator. It had to be someone whose car was on its last leg. So they, had their producers research the people. And, they were supposed, the premise was, oh, we're going to do a show about people whose cars are, so they had no idea they were going to get a new car. And so all of the planning that went into it was to make sure that there wouldn't be this great backlash, like finding out that this is a rich person who just got this free car.
Right.
Well, so the cars were provided by GM. She didn't have to pay for them. And anything that she gave away like that on her show, she never paid for it. It was part of the deal. If you want to be a favorite thing, or if you want to do, you have to, it's not enough to give one to me. It's not enough to give me 10 of them. It has to be enough for the entire audience or not at all. So there's a lot of people who wanted to do a favorite things, but Oprah said, if you don't have 300 to give away, then I'm not going to do it. That's power.
Yeah,
that
and that's
is
good
power.
publicity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So she didn't have to pay for it, but they used that show to launch the Pontiac G6, which did not do so well, and after that. But at the time, I'm sure they sold a lot of them because of that. But yeah, that's how that happened. But just the power that Oprah had, especially at that time, it was huge. It was just huge. I was in awe of that. Now she did quite a few shows where I'm just like, Oprah, what are you doing? This is beneath you. This is way beneath you. But and that's why I don't know most of Beyonce's songs. I don't go out of my way for Beyonce. There's a couple of songs she had that I just absolutely love, but that she gets that level of respect and that people are in such awe of her. I love that for her. I love that for black women that they have that kind of power. Because it's not something that was guaranteed 100 years ago. None of that seemed possible then, but it's here now. Well, I can't say that because of Madam C.J. Walker and what's that other one, but you know, if given a level playing field, or even without a level playing field, it's extraordinary what some people can do. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's and obviously that's very threatening to people who believe that they're uprooting a system, right? So hence again why William, like looking like Skeletor here, is just being the life is being sucked out of him. But it's sad that the way he got life was by scapegoating or denigrating his younger brother, and all he knew is that like, oh, he's a spare, I'm the heir, and uh, as he said so confidently on that interview that he has a psychological hold over Harry. It's like
Mhm.
he was sucking energy from Harry, and that Harry,
Mhm.
and so now that he doesn't have Harry to scapegoat or suck that energy from, he's just lost and he doesn't know who he is. But he owes so many people. He owes so many because all the secrets people kept for him. And I can't imagine how much money he's spending for Dan Wooten silence or like what was his name? Christian Jones, Jason Knopf, like just keeping those people, like the amount of money he's just trying to do to keep those people compliant, or anyone else that he has to pay off when they figure out something about him, or if he pops over to Poland for a pulled pork sandwich, like the people he got to pay off for that. It's just I think the thing is that it's all eating him up, and Camilla, she is licking that milk, and she is loving it because she is not backing out. She is throwing it his way, and he's trying to fight back, but she's just better at it than he is, and so
Well, Camilla, now that's we'll have to do something with that one because we'll have to spend a couple of hours dissecting Camilla one of these days. I wouldn't even know where to start. I wouldn't even know where to start, but she is tenacious. Um, she's a
she's
lot of
so
things.
she's so cunning. I just read it was an article I read today, and it was about it might have been about this visit, and the names I saw in it was like William, Kate, and Charles. I was like, wait, why are they ignoring Camilla? And I was like, oh right, because Camilla's very smooth at this. She makes sure she operates in the behind the scenes. You will never see her name in something if she's speaking. Like it's just too smooth.
Yeah. Um, okay. Now the thing about, do you remember where it came from or when it came out that they said that Camilla said that William was abusive to his father?
Oh
Do you
yeah,
ever remember anybody saying that? Because I don't know where that comes from.
it was earlier this year. Maybe it was she leaked out that it was like that was that William yelling at Charles, or like the Charles is scared. They didn't say necessarily say scared of William, but like um that when William has his fits, that Charles relents. It was around that time when they were saying something like that. And Camilla was putting it. I feel like it was earlier this year.
Okay.
Or when she did that. It wasn't last year. Last year she was enjoying a little too much, watching him squirm. I'm trying to remember when it was this year. Let's see.
Well, I get that. It's not that you're so much afraid of the person, but you're afraid of them flying off the handle, of trying to, you don't want to have to, you'd rather not deal with their rage. Not a physical fear, but just the fear of yet another occasion where you're not communicating, kind of thing. Yeah. And look, I think it's pretty obvious that everybody is on eggshells around him because he may suddenly
I'm sorry.
fly
No
off
pun intended.
eggs, right? That he may suddenly fly off the handle about something.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
I think a lot of people fear that, and it's probably a few select people in his orbit that can say certain things to him, but they'll never tell him no. They're going to pretty much do something immediate. They're going to react whenever he wants them to react, and that's a given. But and that Jason Knopf, that person is not going anywhere. William is going to drag him all the way toward that throne with him.
Yep.
And okay. I wonder if they're at that point where they want William to purge certain people like they did with the Queen, purge certain people and put other people in place because they do not want certain people to be that close to William when Charles goes down in the storm cellar.
Yeah, like it's interesting because we all know how Angela Kelly was, and she had her head a little too big. But I'm trying to see if Knopf has done anything as obvious. You know what I mean? And granted, we would never know behind the scenes. Besides the whole thing with him, basically trying to sink Meghan, but Meghan's not over there, right? So who is Knopf abusing over there now, right? Or who is he enabling? Because Knopf and Dan Wooden went to the same school in New Zealand, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I always thought that was weird. Like, how did someone from the U.S. and Texas go all the way over to New Zealand to work alongside someone, or go to school to the same side someone, and both end up going to England, and then him working in order a household right away? How does that work? How does that leap?
And having that high position with the Royal Bank of Scotland. I mean, what could he have possibly have taken into that position that was not available anyplace else in the UK? Why him? What is the connections? Now, I do have some theories about him that I cannot possibly share on this format. I do have some theories about him and a few other people that's close to that family. And I think that they are there, that they have an agenda. And I believe that family is not I think that Charles and William are not bright enough to know who is and who is not really a friend, right? If they could possibly even be a friend. But I think that that sick old man Andrew, I think he, at this point, he's the least of their problems. But I think William is going to take a lot of baggage to the throne with him, and it's going to be people around him that should not be there, and that he's going to be so easily manipulated and controlled. All you have to do is appeal to his vanity, and you can do whatever you want. Not very bright. You can tell he's not very bright because his attempts at humor always fall flat. He can never tell a joke. It all, even when it's not offensive, it seems offensive.
Yeah. No, before Harry left, there was always a jab at Harry or something like that. And now it's like, okay, oh my God. Do you remember? Actually, I don't know why I remember this. It was that nurse he was talking to, and then she and he were looked on his phone, and her son had red hair, and then the first thing he said, like, "Oh, do you know Ed Sheeran?" And I'm like, why would all redheads know other anyway, right? And then he's like, "Oh yeah, your mom's cupcakes are bad," and I'm like, what if that kid liked his mom's cupcakes? Like it was so awkward, and I'm like, what? I understand you're trying to seem relatable, but you do know all redheads don't know all other redheads, and because clearly he couldn't say Harry, right? So he had to say Ed Sheeran, and then he had to say like, "Oh yeah, your mom needs to." So even looking at that, he was digging at the mom about the cupcakes. Like,
Well, what about that obsession with the aubergine? I mean, trying to. I get what they were trying to do. They were trying to create this viral moment, and that didn't work. So then they go to that senior citizen pensioner place, and he's making jokes about, oh, who's grabbing my butt?
Yeah. And then he gives the game away too. Like when they asked him what his favorite emoji was, he was like, "Oh well, see, they told me not to say aubergine." But I'm like, "Wait, who told you? Wait, did you have these questions before time? It sounds like you did. So you just gave the game away that this wasn't spontaneous. That they gave you the questions before, and then you still come out so cringeworthy with it. And so it's like, geez, someone needs to give you a personality. Like it's just.
Yeah, he needs a personality transplant. And no, Harry
to
be the donor. Harry is not allowed to be the donor.
Right.
Charles is better at small talk than he is. Regardless of the age group, Charles can still do his small talk, but William has never been good at it, ever. So it's always very awkward.
So I'm curious, do you think when William, when he was growing up, they used to say he looked like Diana, and I saw the similarities too. And it was at one point, at least facially, when he still had his hair, he looked okay. People idolized him. Do you think he rode that for so long that he didn't get a chance to develop like a personality, or because I don't remember him talking so much then, but also I didn't really pay too much attention to royals. I barely paid attention as is. I knew of Princess Diana, and then when Harry married Meghan, that's when I paid attention again. I really just didn't care. But it's like to hear him speak so much, and I'm just like, huh? Wait, were you always?
I think when he became very aware of his future, when it was no longer just this abstract thing, when it became more important to the way people treated him compared to when he was younger, I think that once he became very aware of himself, that he probably was less a like a buddy or a colleague, and more like waiting for some level of deference at all times. I would think that he would not expect it, but he wants people to make sure that they maintain a certain distance because of it. I don't know if I'm explaining it well, but it seemed like his self-awareness that the role and everything, I think he probably changed, and just he was not as as he lost a bit of his humanity.
Yeah,
And
I
maybe
think
it's a constant feeling of dread
that's
comes
added.
over him.
Yeah, I think what he really wanted is that, like, because kind of the way Harry has it now, people all come up to him like, "Oh, it's Prince Harry," and they give him that adulation every time they see him.
Right.
And so William would love if people was like, "Oh my God, it's Prince William, it's Prince William," give him that adulation, so that he can be like, "Oh no, no, call me William," something like that. And when people see him, they boo him or say he never will be king. And so he doesn't really have so many fans. Um, we can say that possibly he had some when Harry was around, but those might have been more Harry's fans than William. But he was receiving that and telling himself, no, they only care about me because Harry's just here, the goofball, the thicker, but they really actually care that I'm going to be king. But then now Harry's gone, and people are like, oh, it's you. Oh, okay, yeah, and so it's like he doesn't have those moments of getting to be coy because no one cares.
And let's face it, Harry mopped the floor with him in New York last year, and Harry
Yes.
did twice as much. He went twice as much this year. So September, I think William should just lay low in September. That was such a feeble attempt of William and his what's Kate. The way that they went out and decided to try to do some work because Harry was there.
What
It
was sad is
only
that
drew attention to the fact that, but for the fact that Harry is here, you wouldn't work anyway. It made people notice, even it brought it into sharper detail. These two do not work. And they're only out today desperately trying to cover for the fact that they don't work. They want to make sure that they have photos side by side with Harry's to prove that they do something. Because, when Kate is not around for a while, they find old photos and they will put them up as though it's a new article. And somewhere buried in there will mention that this photo was from another time and another place. And they did that with the Queen a few times, where they said that she was seen on the Windsor estate driving, and it was stock photos. And sometimes they would say so, sometimes they wouldn't. And they can get away with that with Kate as long as Meghan is not out. But if Meghan is out, then they have to try to find something for her to do. Just like, oh God, that was so funny when they had her all over the place when they thought that With Love Meghan was going to premiere.
oh
And
yeah,
the fires happened.
yep, she was at hospital. William was supposed to go to the
Yep,
military thing, but he just canceled it because he realized that no. Well, see, the
that
thing is that
was funny.
yeah, they wouldn't seem so disingenuous. Like when Harry was there, they missed the mark each time. Harry was there on behalf of his charities. So everything he went to were things that he had invested in or things that he was checking up on. Why couldn't they do that with their own patronages? They could have went to their own patronages and did that. But I wonder if they're worried about a blowback like maybe what Kate got during 2020 during the Zoom when they were like, yeah, we haven't seen you in 8 years. Like,
Uh-huh.
so they have their own patronages. They could have went and be like, oh, yeah, it's been a while, but let's follow up on that. They didn't even do that. Instead, they went to find something that was similar to what Harry was doing. Oh, you're going to go see people in a studio up in Nottingham, wherever he went. I forget where it was. But then, we'll do it in London, a similar type of thing. And I'm like, no, it's obvious that you're copying. And then you don't even care about these people. You're just using them for a photo op. And so you had your people, your minions, find someone that's willing to entertain with you for 45 minutes. And that's the thing. They were only there for 45 minutes. Harry was at each of his things for possibly a minimum of 3 hours. each. And so it's like you're not showing people you care. You're just like, let me do a pop-in, let me get a picture. All right, bye, y'all. Whereas Harry's like, I'm gonna sit and listen to everyone. I'm gonna see you listen to you play this music. I'm gonna listen to you talk. I'm gonna sit here and talk to people who haven't got a chance to talk to you because guess what? I am living on a different continent.
Well, why do you think they got so triggered by the red dress? I still do not understand why the anger and the hostility for like a week
But yeah,
because
that
she
Meghan red
wore
dress.
a red dress.
Like Carolyn Herrera, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Well,
it wasn't even a new dress.
no. See, I wonder if we remember back to then in 2024 when Meghan wore that dress. They are threatened by Meghan on the red carpet. They did that the year before when she was at that Miss Vision Award. Remember?
Oh yeah.
When she had a tan one? Because
Uh-huh.
that whole week they tried to make her skin look bad in those pictures and all that stuff. And then Meghan just shows up out with people and off the cuff talking to people. So you see her skin in live action. She's looking gorgeous, minimalist style, but also innovative. Her head slicked back so you can see everything. And those photographers were losing their mind that day. They were so respectful. I don't even remember. They're like, Meghan, this way. Hey, please, Meghan. You know, because they were like, no, this is going to make us money. So then Meghan went
Speaking of,
Mhm.
remember that loudmouth? I wonder what happened to him.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I wonder what happened to him. He
made it
just
to 2 events.
abruptly disappeared.
Yep.
He
But
might
made
be
it to
in
2
jail or
events in New York.
something. But he just abruptly disappeared. But maybe somebody was paying him.
Yeah.
Maybe
Probably.
somebody was paying him. But I remember when they thought that he was this other guy that worked for the Express. And he said, no, that's not me. And I think he showed a picture of the other person. And there was a documentary about him on the YouTube that I watched about that particular photographer, a paparazzi guy. But he seems to have just vanished. He seems to have just vanished. Don't know what happened to him. I hope he never comes back. But he was giving Meghan such a hard time. He would be the only one yelling obscene stuff. And I do believe that the target was Harry. They were trying to get Harry to go off on them. And
Yep.
it never happened. Meghan kept her smile on her face. And it's been plenty of opportunities where this person could have made an appearance, but they just abruptly disappeared.
Yeah. No. Well, one person, I think it's Adrian Burrows in the comments. She's pointing out that because Meghan looked too much like a princess in that red standout color. That's true. Like if you look at Meghan, like at any red carpet, Meghan has that doughness in her face, the beauty. So and she's so elegant and she's even intentional in her movement. Not that she's doing it; it's just she's such a classy person that when you see her flow and walk, it's what you think of when you think regal. It's what you think of when you think royalty, right? So her in that tan outfit, gorgeous, beautiful face, beautiful skin, you help. And then when she talks to someone, you can see that even that woman that she was briefly talking to, you see she's like, oh, I can't believe I'm talking to Meghan right now, but she's trying to keep it together. And then Meghan helps her along, and then still is off the cuff with all this stuff. It's like everything you want in your royalty, someone who can handle things at the moment, someone who looks the part. So then when she showed, the next time she showed back up was the red dress, right? So it's 2023, the Ms. one, she has that tan outfit. Then in the red dress was 2024 when she went for the Children's Hospital. I forget what that was the benefit was called. But like now she has her hair down, she has loose waves. That was actually the first time when she wore her hair slightly curly too, right? And she's just like floating, right? And she's gorgeous and she's there with her friends and stuff like that. And then and this is a benefit for the benefit of those children. The only other time she's done a carpet moment like that was at that Paley Award later last year, right? For honoring Tyler Perry. Those were the 3 times when they got her on like a carpet of some type. And each time she gave a new look with new elegance. Because remember at the Paley with that black outfit she had and her hair up, like so it's just like each time she's given them fashion, she's given them like modern, she's given them classy, she's given them grace, and so those moments cement themselves in the mind of British media because that's what they actually want for their royals. And
But
so
I
that's
still say it was something about that red dress that triggered like nothing else. They were furious.
well,
They
it
were
was
furious.
2024, and Kate was gone for like half of the year, and they kept telling Meghan not to do anything when Kate wasn't around, right?
Yeah. And everybody else in the family doing every darn thing they want to do. But oh, this is so disrespectful. Kate is in hospital and then what do you see? Pippa at the beach with her little flat no booty. You see her brother is somewhere kissing a dog in the mouth, and everybody was doing what they wanted to do.
Don't
But
forget
they
the
wanted
swastika napkin.
Meghan to put on a black veil and everything and walk around and no, nope, nope, no. It's been so many occasions where they kept expecting Harry and Meghan to stall their progress because of something going on in the family. They always look to Harry and Meghan first to not function, to not do things, even including getting married. Oh,
Yep.
well, I told him he should have waited and such and such and such and such. No, no. And it, no matter what happened, the timing of Philip dying, the timing of his grandmother dying, all that kind of stuff. I'm so glad that they did not put anything off. I'm so glad that she didn't change plans for her father. I'm really glad that they stuck to their schedule for everything that they're doing and didn't put anything off for their family. Because number one, they do not deserve it. Not her family, not his family. They do
Definitely.
not deserve it. Do you, boo? That
Mhm.
and unfortunately, because of the loss of the unborn child, that really stalled. That was like a major thing to stall their progress. And just as much as they want to blame Harry and Meghan in some ridiculous way for stuff that's happened with that family, one thing I know for certain is that the loss of that child, that family owns that one. That
Yep.
family owns that one. I mean, that was just like the breaking point for the Sussexes, and even that was not able to destroy them because they really want Harry to have some type of a relapse. They want Harry to come staggering out of a pub or something like that. That's what they really want. They want that so bad. And who knows how many ways they have tried to set him up. I'm sure they have. I'm sure they have. But Harry has everything he ever wanted in his life. The only thing that he really wants for now is just for his children to experience his home country. But other than that, he's got everything he could have wanted. He has that partner to walk this road of service with him. And that's what he wanted. That's all he wanted. He wasn't trying to be in front. Meghan wasn't trying to have Kate's role in. Oh, Meghan found out that Harry didn't have any money, so she was ready to leave. Meghan found out that Harry wasn't going to be king, so she wasn't interested. I mean, it's so stupid. When she met him, he was living in Nottingham College. Cottage that doesn't say, "Oh, you're the next king."
Right.
Everybody knows that William was, but there are people that believe that. They believe that. they make themselves believe it. It's just impossible, some of the stuff that comes spewing out of people, and they say it like it's the gospel.
I think what they really hate that Harry and Meghan broke the image that they had out there, right? Because
Mhm.
what used to bother me is that like they were living in Knot Cottage, everyone knew, but yet whenever someone would come to see them, they were like, "Oh, yes, well, we're gonna go to Kensington Palace to see Meghan," and I'm like, "You all are making it seem like Harry and Meghan live in Kensington Palace, and they don't." And but the public is supposed to think that how close the brothers were, and
And
of
that
course,
was a lie.
exactly,
Just
and
like
how
William and Charles, that somebody just said how close they are. And that's a lie. They
exactly.
have not been close for a long time. They have not been close. You'd be
We
hard pressed to find any situation where the two of them are actually talking and laughing about anything. That hasn't happened for a long time.
or looking at each other.
And at the funeral, they didn't even look at each other. They didn't acknowledge each other. Yep, they did not acknowledge each other.
What they expected Harry and Meghan to do all the work, take all the blame, live in like a pauper, take the less of everything, and be okay with it. And so that Harry and Meghan are thriving. They have an amazing home, amazing environment, amazing friend network. They're thriving without that institution. And yet now that they always try to pretend that, oh, the only reason they're doing well is because of the institution. But you do get some commentators every now and then that break the mold. I think that Marvin guy did once. One person, they were like, oh, well, they only did well because of the Harry and Meghan Netflix documentary where they slag off their family, and that's the royal connection. And then the guy was like, well, you can actually say this without thinking that With Love Meghan has not broken groundwork, like that is not a successful thing, why they have a second series, because they don't want it to be successful, because literally says With Love Meghan, and at no point has she ever even brought up the leftovers since the Harry and Meghan documentary. She hasn't said one word about it. And actually, even during that time, she didn't say anything about them. She talked about the process or courtiers. She never said anything about that family.
And the context does matter. And in the context of 7,000 programs, and out of that 7,000, how many have multiple episodes? So out of 7,000 programs on Netflix, most of them, well, a lot of them have multiple episodes, and she still was at, what was it, 382, 385?
Yeah, I think it's
That's not
383. It's
impressive.
383 or 381. And
Yeah.
it's a top lifestyle blog and a top in terms of cooking show. And you saw recently too, like the season 2 is a top reality one from Netflix. Like she
And
broke top 10 in the U.S., Sri Lanka, and Australia, and then they still don't want to give her a career.
how many people have signed up so that they can criticize and complain and stalk Meghan's show? And then, of course, a lot of those people that signed up, they're going to keep Netflix. That it's bringing traffic to the website, to the platform. It's bringing traffic to the platform, and that's why Ted Sarandos said the fact that they picked apart just the preview, the trailer, they picked it apart. People ran out and bought items that they saw on the trailer
Shoes,
because of Meghan.
that Hermes blanket,
So that's is some things you can just easily measure, and then there's other things that there is no matrix for it. It just is. So okay, I think we're going to wrap this up. Yeah, I think we're going to wrap this up. I cannot believe it's still 700 people here.
Oh.
I haven't been looking at the comments either. I've been like, Church Nelly, you're still here, or you went to bed and came back?
No, she came back.
Oh, okay. Well, Church Nelly, the sun is going to be coming up pretty soon. Don't you need to? Don't you need to like avoid the sun or something like that, or something? Yeah, I'm just saying. I don't want you to get burned.
No, people have been speaking truth in the comments. Like Adrian Burrows said they didn't want Meghan to have a tiara, but little did they know her education was her tiara. Yeah, exactly.
Ooh, I like that.
Besides that one event where she got married, they made sure that she was never around when there'd be another tiara event because they didn't want to have a comparison between her and Kate because we all know who will win in that case. But and the sad part is that imagine being someone not trying to compete and yet you still win, and so they hate you for it.
Yeah. But I have to say the petty side of me is hoping that on some occasion, somewhere, someday, that Meghan busts out with a beautiful tiara that her husband purchased for her. I'm kind of hoping for that. I'm holding out for it. Although I cannot think of any place they would ever wear a tiara because, aside from tiaras just are not as popular as they used to be, and it's rare for most royals to even wear them. Queen Elizabeth was very disciplined about bringing jewelry out, but I think that well, you know what, Kate is going to do it because Kate is that girl, so she's going to want to raid that jewelry box. But I think when George becomes king, if there's still a monarchy, I think it's going to get kind of phased out because it is a bit obscene. And you look at some of those old images of Queen Elizabeth, and it looks obscene from where we are now.
Well, see, it's just not modern. Like, so for instance, like Harry himself said before during that Invictus when he was in Dusseldorf, the uniform does not make the man, right? Your experiences. So Meghan doesn't need a tiara to be royal; she's already is. So like the tiara is basically what they're doing now, which is why probably the current president gets along with it so well. Is like a lot of that stuff seems so gaudy. Like if we look at the White House now with all that gold going around, I'm like, that just looks so tacky to me.
Oh my God, isn't it?
But he doesn't see it, and I'm just like, okay, but
I'm like, what were they thinking? Oh my God, that looks tacky, tacky, tacky.
It's like William saying he's a global statesman, having everyone say that to him. But if you are, no one needs to say it, right? It's like they're living the back in the day.
It's like one of those things where it's just like, who's going to tell him? Who's going to tell him? I cannot believe it. I'm oh my God. And then when you find out that some of those pieces comes from Home Depot.
He was just talking about the other day, talking about like, oh yeah, this is 24 karat, and I'm like, oh.
They've placed gold leafing on some mass-produced little appliques or whatever. I'm like, oh my God, this is the height of tacky.
And it changed the wallpaper, and it's just like
it looked like Liberace has just threw up all over the room.
It just like subtlety is best. It's just like gone out of days where you had to wear some flashy gold Rolex, right? People like that. If you have something, maybe you can do a platinum Rolex, right? It doesn't always have to be gold. Gold doesn't equal the most expensive stuff nowadays.
The Queen Mother and Queen Elizabeth, or I guess Margaret too, they used to wear tiaras to movie premieres.
What?
They wore tiaras.
Wait, what? These like the drive-in movie, or like what were they doing?
Any kind of movie. If there was like the way that they went to that 007 premiere, they wore tiaras. And also they would wear tiaras, I believe, to go to the opera back in the day. But yeah, they wore tiaras for movie. Like, go ahead and Google it if you can. Um, you know, the queen or the queen mother going to a movie premiere. Mink stoles and furs and diamonds and chokers and everything. Well, Queen Mother couldn't wear a choker because she didn't have a neck. But they wore all of that stuff. They were dressed up like it was the opening of Parliament. Yeah,
Oh, yeah, no, I'm seeing some of the pic. God, jeez, that
yeah.
is, huh.
That's why I said it's a very limited opportunity to wear tiaras nowadays. Even Princess Grace wore tiaras for formal occasions. Like, did you ever see that documentary about the Battle of Versailles? About
No,
that big fashion show that they had years ago? And Grace Kelly was there. Oh, it's a very interesting story. There's a couple of different documentaries, but it's called The Battle of Versailles. And the premise was to raise funds for the Palace of Versailles. I think this was like back in like 1973, 74. Um, I think the lady who was the editor of Vogue at the time, not Deanna Vreeland, but someone else. Or no, maybe she wasn't it. But anyway, this woman was very well connected in the fashion industry. And she arranged her dream for years was to have an exhibition of like four of the best French designers, or was it five? And four or five of the best American designers. So for the US, they had Halston, um, what's his name? Oscar de la Renta, um, oh gosh, Bill Blass, the black designer from Harlem, I forgot his name, and somebody else. Oh, it was a woman. Was it Anne Klein? I think maybe it was Anne Klein. But anyway, they had them, and then they had Yves Saint Laurent, and the fashion houses from over there, and they gave the Americans a very hard time. The Americans never had a chance to rehearse because the French had came up with all kind. They had these themes that were very elaborate, as though you were watching some type of musical production. And the Americans, there was a huge mistake. They had measured their props in in feet and inches.
oh,
Yeah, and so when they
no.
got over there, it didn't work, and so they could not use their props. Oh, this was a big night. Not only was Grace Kelly there, but oh gosh, what's her name? Josephine Baker was there. As a matter of fact, she
Okay.
entertained. She entertained for the French, and Liza Minnelli entertained for the Americans. Yeah, this was a huge thing. Unfortunately, most of it is reduced to a few photos and some interviews. There is very little video of the actual event. But if you get a chance to, you got to watch the documentary. It's called The Battle of Versailles. And there's another version of it that another filmmaker had made about the same thing, but it will give you goosebumps because this was the first time that the European fashion houses ever took notice of the black models. And about half, a little over half of the models from the US was black, including Pat Cleveland. Um, oh gosh, I can't remember all of their names. And this was before Andre Leon Talley came on the scene.
Okay.
So he wasn't part of it at all. I don't
So
even think he was even in the fashion world at that time.
was it like Beverly Johnson and
No, oh gosh, no, not Beverly Johnson. You can look it up though. They do have the names listed. But it was a huge. At least I don't think she was there, but it was huge. This was and everyone agreed that the Americans won, even though it was not supposed to be a competition. It turned into a competition because people were throwing shade back and forth at each other. There was no food. There was not even toilet paper, no heat. This was in the month of November. And the accommodations was not very sympathetic or friendly to the Americans. As a matter of fact, Halston was so angry that he was about to just pack up and leave. But they all went over on the same plane. It was like a huge um like party on the plane, that kind of atmosphere. And at the hotel, you got all of these models and such. They had to bunk together and everything. It was a very interesting story. I probably watched it 3 or 4 times and read all kind of stuff about it, looked at all kind of, interviews and stuff about that event. And it's just unfortunate that there's no video of it. But it's there's photos and there's testimonies which will suffice, but still it was and then in some cases they actually have the actual gowns and stuff that was used for the occasion.
yeah, no, hmm, yeah, no, it's interesting. I have never heard of the Battle of Versailles, but I
Yep.
didn't realize that the Queen and others were wearing tiaras to
Yeah.
movie
Yeah.
premieres. So,
Occasions like that, if it was an evening occasion, if it involved velvet seats and stuff like that, they usually wore tiaras and had the whole diamonds and brooches and everything.
and then with some of these
Abundant.
pictures, I see furs and stuff too. So,
Uh-huh. It was abundantly opulent for no good reason but to show off.
and I guess that was classy back in the day.
Yeah. It was just common. It was just common. You just I mean, but think about it. During the era of Downton Abbey, during that Edwardian era, and before that, the Victorian era, you dressed for dinner. You had to wear your, tailcoats and stuff.
That's
Tail,
true.
whatever.
I forgot people used to actually dress for flying too. I forgot about that.
Yeah. And the aristos back in, those days, they would change multiple times a day, and women literally needed a lady's maid because they couldn't get in and out of those outfits on their own with all the buttons and stuff like that. It would have been very difficult to change in and out of those garments. But it's just weird that nobody is coming to the house. It's just you and your family, and you're having this very formal meal 7 days a week. Everybody sit, the women have their Parisian gowns on and their tiaras eating dinner on a Tuesday night. I'm just like, who lives like that? No wonder it couldn't last forever.
I guess that's the equivalent to people getting out the good china. I guess.
Yeah, but this is just for family. They did this regardless of who was visiting.
Oh, okay.
They dressed for dinner. Husband and wife dressed for dinner, just for dinner with each other. Now, if there was like maybe one or two family members, sometimes they would just take a tray in their room or something like that. They may not actually use you know, the dining table and stuff like that, but it was just a different time, and the formality was Just like on the Gilded Age, it was very important, that formality. Now, I tell you what I didn't realize is that American families had footmen. I didn't know that, it was commonplace for someone like a Rockefeller to have a footman. The Carnegies, you have a footman.
What did
That
the
was
footmen do?
common. The footman?
Yeah, what did they do?
The footman, basically the footman was like they were like the pride of the household. A tall, preferably tall, handsome footman would wear the livery. Like the livery, their uniforms could cost upwards of, say, 200 pounds. And yet, in a year, they may only make 50 pounds.
Oh,
Yeah. Their livery cost about 4 years of their salary because they did not pay them a whole lot. And the footman would ride on the back of the carriage, just like you see when the queen is in a parade. The footman would ride in the back of the carriage. The footman would answer the door. The footman would um, serve dinner to the family. It was all very formal for those kind of families, for earls and all that. It was all very formal. If you were just any wealthy person, you had a lady's maid for the woman of the house. You had a valet for the gentleman of the house, and a house like the house that William and Kate are moving into. It wouldn't be unusual back in the day for them to have a staff of like 20 to 30 people, and for a larger house, upwards of 50 to 60 people. Not unusual at all. But now I would imagine um, for like Charles to maintain a household like Highgrove or whatever, they have people that clean, obviously. They have whoever cooks. They're going to have a footman because he's the king. Um, and then, of course, I'm sure somebody helps that that old broad dress and everything. And Charles, he'll never dress himself. So yeah, they
you sure it's
they
not the footman that's leading her around to the stable?
with a bucket of oats. With a bucket of oats. But
Make
yeah,
sure.
uh, I it's one thing knowing that that's how it was over there, but until the Gilded Age, I did not know that they had that kind of. I mean, just a if you had like a townhouse like the ones they have in Bronzeville, if you had a townhouse like that, you would have a cook, you would have a chauffeur, you would have a maid or two maids. You might have 5 or 6 people working for the family. Someone would live in the basement, someone would live on the upper floor, servants on the third floor. And the family, they usually lived on the ground. Well, we call it the first floor, but they would live on the first floor. That's where all the living was done. And the bedrooms in a Victorian home were almost exclusively on the second floor. Rarely did they have one on the first floor. And the third floor, that is where the servants would stay. And you might have servants that stay in the basement. You might even have a kitchen in the basement, but mostly the kitchens were just in the back of the house. But that was labor was cheap. Labor was cheap. And you could afford to have 4 to 6 people maintain your home, which seems weird, but that's how it was.
I guess that's true. I visited some of the Frank Lloyd Wright houses and other homes like that, and they always pointed out where the servants' quarters were as well as like their access to the kitchen or not. And a lot of times they said that the servants, well, depending on what time it was, but the servants were either immigrants like German, Irish, etc.
Cheap labor. And the carriage houses, usually the person who drove the carriage lived above the carriage house. And a lot of those carriage houses, they actually, like in Amsterdam, you know how they have that timber that sticks out with the hook so you can hoist stuff to the upper levels? They have the same thing on a lot of those carriage houses because you would store the hay on the upper level, and there would also be accommodations for your driver, your carriage driver, whatever, on that upper level. And of course the stable, the horses would be on the lower level. And then eventually when people got automobiles, the only thing that changed was, no. But could you imagine like all of the horses there were in big cities? That is crazy to believe that like 100 years ago there was still horses on the streets of big cities. I mean, they phased them out over time, but it was just not unusual to see people with horses dropping crap in the middle of the street.
Well, I guess that's why we had all those diseases like with cholera and stuff, right? Because they were just leaving like the crap everywhere.
Oh, that came from people. That came from people. I wouldn't blame the horses for that. That came from people.
Too many people.
Yeah, people were just filthy. And I forgot who was the guy that first he proposed chlorine, and people thought he was crazy because they said that's a poison. That's a poison. And
I know it was during the rise of sanitationism. It started over in France and it worked its way here, cleaning the streets. But
yeah, they thought he was crazy to propose such a thing as that. And slowly people caught on that, in small doses it ain't gonna kill you. But yeah, just they reversed the Chicago River. I think they reversed it back in 1900.
Yeah, it was after the Great Chicago Fire. Like once the river caught on fire during the Great Chicago Fire, they were like, "All right, we should probably do something about this."
Well, it was because
factories.
Thousands of people were dying from cholera and typhoid every year. So
were the factories on the river at that time?
Yeah, everything went into the river. And even though people got water from Lake Michigan, they contaminated the lake water. And so they built these tunnels out into the lake about a mile away from shore. There's 4 of them. They're called the intake cribs. And the intake cribs bring in the fresh water. They thought if they pushed them way out in the lake, that the water would be cleaner. It's deeper and all that kind of stuff. The contamination continued. So they came up with this audacious plan: reverse the river. And so using locks and such, they were able to reverse the river. And the lake began to pour into the Chicago River, which eventually would branch off all the way to the Mississippi. And St. Louis was furious. They tried to sue, but before the ink could dry, that waste was already headed their direction, and there was nothing they could do about it. But of course, now they have the sanitation, stuff. But back in them days, all of that filth was just flowing downstate and onto the Mississippi. Yep, St. Louis was furious, but it was nothing they could do.
Well, St. Louis already had a problem. The Missouri River already came in at that point anyway. Because besides Mississippi, the Missouri pops in around St. Louis as well, I think.
Well, if I'm correct, I believe the statistic I heard was 40% of the continental United States, 40% of it drains into the Mississippi.
Yeah. Because like you have the Missouri going into the Ohio, some smaller ones too, but those are the big ones are the Ohio and the Missouri that go into the Mississippi. But you have a lot of small ones. Did you know what's interesting about the United States in terms of rivers? Like, you can actually come up through New Orleans and get through all the other rivers to get to the cities. The only place you get like a waterfall is at Minneapolis. Minneapolis is the only waterfall where you go up through the Mississippi.
Really? I did not know that.
Yep. So that's why, like, you can actually go in from New Orleans, you can get to any of the other rivers. There's no natural barrier. You can just get all the way up to Minneapolis, which is why they built it up there. It's because it's the one place where you have a waterfall coming to the river.
Oh. Nope, I did not know that. Oh, that's interesting.
Yep. I guess we should probably end this at some point.
Oh, it's been 5 hours. What did I say about 25 minutes ago? I said, well, this is the end. Okay. This is official this time. All 628 of you. Well, it's been a pleasure. I will see y'all tomorrow or later today. Okay. Cheers. Thanks, Legs.
No problem. Bye, everyone.